is up, y'all? Oh my goodness, I have missed you all. It is great to be back on this Theist Helpline. I am sending lots of love fast because we are unfortunately on Amy time, and then we will jump into the fun. But welcome everyone to Theist Helpline, the show where we ask theists what they believe in and why. We are about to go in and ask our friends for their best arguments, evidence, or otherwise. Let's go have some fun. Boop, shoob, whoop, boop, ba-doo. I do want to thank everyone out there for joining us on our inner tubes. Please don't forget to like, follow, subscribe, hit that bell icon so you can get reminded to see our premieres or join our live streams. I want to send love to everyone out there, to my co-host James W., to everyone out there in chats and the internets. And all right, in a moment, I am probably gonna jump on there. I do just want to send love to everyone sends in super chats, everyone in the channel membership and the Patreon, sending so much love to everyone. I found my hard drive. Now it's unorganized. Oh my god, this is the stuff from like 2 years ago. Anyway, sending love to everyone out there. You know who you are. I'll find it and send it out. I am also sending love to Taco, who we're going to be joining in a minute. Oh, he says he's getting ready. Good to go. All right, good. Then I can say hello to people. What is up, davegar? Hello. What is up, everyone? It has been a crazy few weeks, months, but I am just glad. Sending love, platonic love. Oh my goodness, davegar, I am sending the same back to you. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I would hug you if I could. Oh my goodness. It's an interesting timeline that we're in right now. And so I understand why Marvel and DC was getting us ready for multiverses, because, you know, whatever we're living in, I hope isn't the prime one. Anyway, I'm just sending love to everybody out there. No. It makes sense that Back to the Future predicted the future. Anyway, we're going to be going into some Theist stuff in just a moment. Oh, it says no access. Just a moment. Still getting it set up, but I am sending love. I hope everyone out there had a happy Halloween. Not to date this very specific episode if you're watching it in a different month. I dressed up like Cinderella. It was a good time. It made me happy because when, being a teacher and dressing up like that, you can just see some of their faces kind of light up like, oh, you're a princess. I'm like, yes. I also teach math. Both things heroic. Gotta learn how to, had a program load. I am sending love again to everyone out there as we get ready. Oh, here we go. I want to vent on very specific subjects, but I feel like I just need to start making podcast and venting. Do it without my face on, like this. All right, we are about to get into it. I'm going to share the Discords, and we are going to have some Theist fun. If we are in the middle of a conversation and you tag me, I may show you up on screen and stuff like that, or at least say hi if you guys say hi. But yeah. The other thing is, please tell me if we have sound once I actually do. Push the hook. Okay. We're in. Thanksgiving is on the way. I have very opinionated views about Christmas, boys and girls. And that is that no one should be celebrating Christmas before Thanksgiving. All right? I like Christmas cookies, okay? Any holiday where we have decorations, well, my interior design is fine. But I refuse to do one holiday before the other. Okay? Can't make me. It's wrong, dare I say. I'm suppressed? Oh, probably because I'm not actually on stage. That's what it means to be. Gotcha.
Oh, hey, Amy. Sorry, I was working on the image real fast for the YouTubes.
Oh, no, you're good. Take your time. I could probably rant into a void actually forever just because of who I am as a person.
Oh, no worries. Yeah, feel free to rant into the void. There's a lot to talk about right now.
Oh, my goodness. I feel like the joke I keep on making is like this is just a crazy timeline. I wonder what the normal timelines are like. Because it's some crazy stuff. At least in this country. Very crazy things. But how are you doing, Taco?
Doing well. Wasn't it something like Jiffy used to be Jiff or something like that?
I think so. That's funny. I go to the Jiffy Lube Center. They have some stadium sponsored out here where all the concerts are. I have seen way too many concerts.
Sorry, setting up a little bit slower today than usual.
Oh, it's okay. I'm basically sipping coffee, trying to wake up.
I don't know if I'm even awake yet, but
feel the same way.
All right, I got a good image for the Theist Helpline. Let's go. We should be good to get started here. I keep forgetting to press the hotkey to talk.
It does sound like a hotkey. I have nothing but bad jokes. I've been feeling like there needs to be like the same type of late night show, but like about religion. Doesn't need to be syndicated. I think that format has more length than the media has given it credit for, the legacy media. They're what I wake up to every morning, but maybe it's because of how, my insert political bias. Though I
went live, but I need just one moment to do the announcements.
Okay.
So if you want to start talking for a moment, that would be greatly appreciated. But just for like a minute while I'm getting the announcements done.
That sounds good. There is still no good evidence for theism. It still mystifies me that this issue plagues humanity. It has done so for thousands of years. I'm very biased in that I think it has to do with our semi-worship of the concept of consciousness. We put it on such a pedestal because that is us. We are that mechanism, that we try to put it into everything. That's, it could be fundamental to the universe. It could be the creator of the universe, or it could be just as equally as important as digestive mechanisms. And again, we don't really put our stomach on that high of a pedestal because we don't view ourselves as our stomach, even though it's as equally as important as other mechanisms. So too would our platelets healing and all of the other things that keeps us really alive. And so we have this false positive plaguing our, species in different varieties, different denominations. And it's unfortunately going to take us probably a few years to get it off our back. It has, built-in safety mechanisms, our fear of death, constantly keeping people in a need to have something that goes beyond the natural life, the only life that we know we have. And so now is the time to be kind to people, to be nice to people, to find justice, to give mercy, because it's the only time that we truly know we're going to have on this earth. People.
Thank you for the wonderful monologue there while I was getting everything set up. I appreciate that.
Welcome.
That was very, very helpful there. Now, everybody in the audience, thank you so much for joining us for the Theist Helpline today. Amy and I are here to help you all through your theism. So you're welcome to click the raise hand button, and we'll pull you up if you're a theist. Chat about your theism, see what we can do to help you out to get through your theism. Amy Newman is a secularist and a comedian, and an atheist and a comedian, and she's been doing this a long time. I deconvert theists on a daily basis as well. So you guys have got a good couple of people here to help you out through this, right? Looks like we have Apollo first from what I can see. What's going on, Apollo?
Hey, what's up? How are you doing?
Doing well. So are you a theist or an atheist, or what position do you take in all that stuff?
I'm a theist, actually.
Gotcha. What type?
To be very specific, I'm a Muslim.
You're a Muslim. I gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you want to take this, or do you want me to take this, Amy? Up to you.
So I'm good either which way. Why are you a Muslim?
Sorry, I'm a theist primarily because of the available evidence, which points in favor of theism. So it's like logically necessarily true that God exists.
Okay, like what? Because I disagree. I don't think that God's logically necessary. Why do you think that they are?
Yeah, so I'll just give my argument. Let me just give my argument real quickly. Give me a second, hold up.
Okay.
And then I'll just post it in the side chat, and then you can just object the argument. I think the argument is undefeatable, and there's no atheist on the planet who would defeat the argument.
Can I just ask,
Give me
while
one
you're
sec.
doing that, is this why you are yourself a theist and a Muslim?
Yes, because the evidence points in favor of the position. Yes, that's the reason.
This argument, and you're like, wow, now I have to be a Muslim and a theist.
Oh yeah, definitely. It's a great argument, which neither of you guys can defeat. I'll just get the argument, and then you give your perspectives on the argument, okay?
Okay, I'll
Try
be
to give me
listening
one
to
second.
that. While
This
you're
sounds
doing
like a
that,
troll to me, but who knows?
well, it sounds like a script.
Oh, you can say it's true as much as you want, but when the argument comes up, you guys won't be able to debunk the argument.
What I find is that Muslim.
I mean, do you claim a necessary being?
Oh, let me get the argument first, then I'll answer the questions afterward.
Okay.
Well, in my opinion,
the argument.
Muslim Dawaists don't want to defend Islam. They don't want to defend the Quran. Most of the fable stories in the Quran are silly. There are surahs that talk with ants.
Okay,
So we have
that's
to do
enough emotional ranting session for now. Let's
no,
pay
excuse
attention
me.
to
I was in the middle of speaking. So what they
Oh, for
want to
ranting,
do...
go for it. Finish your emotional rant, and then we can
what
get to
they
the
want
arguments.
to do is deistic arguments. That's why they do kalam, contingency, necessary arguments. Because if you had to defend Solomon talk to ants, it would be much harder to defend your claims. Let's look at his argument.
So I'm defending the position that there's an omnipotent, omniscient creator that exists. Now, the argument there is
read your
one of the
argument out
arguments.
loud?
Oh, yeah, definitely. So I'll just read it out loud for the chat and for you specifically. So it's just my version of the arguments, really. So premise one, if Dana Scott's domain theory is true, then that's with conceptual or semantical conditions necessarily exist. Premise two, Dana Scott's domain theory is true. Conclusion, that's with conceptual or semantical conditions necessarily exist. Obviously, the first argument is going to be logically valid. It follows like a modus ponens, P implies Q, P therefore Q. And premise three is just going to say, for anything with semantical or conceptual conditions, it exists either as just a mere concept or as something more than just a mere concept, i.e. it has extramental instantiation, which is just to say it is mind independent. Premise four, God has semantical or conceptual conditions. Conclusion two, God exists either as a mere concept or something more than just a mere concept, i.e. something which is mind independent. This other part of the argument is also logically valid, right? So this is going to be another modus ponens argument, right? So it starts off with the universal instantiation, and then the other premise is going to satisfy the universal instantiation, thus making that argument logically valid. We can go on to the last part of the argument now. So the last part of the argument just states, God either exists as a mere concept or something more than just a mere concept, i.e. as a mind-independent object. Premise six, it is logically impossible. Give me a second, I'm almost done.
Okay.
It is logically impossible and thus necessarily false that God exists as a mere concept. Conclusion three, God exists in a way that isn't just a mere concept and thus as a mind-independent object. Ergo, God exists objectively. If you put this argument in the AI bot, for example, or any specific logic bot, it's going to come in as logically valid, so the argument is logically valid. The only contentious part is the meta-ontological claims in the first premise, or sorry, in the second premise of the argument.
Okay, so...
what's the argument for premise 6?
Well, I want to know the argument for
six,
premise
let's
1,
see.
but we can do
It is
premise
logically
6.
impossible. Well, it's just going to be based off what defines existence. So you have to go through all the premises first for it to even understand premise 6. So if I give the contradiction right now, you won't even understand the contradiction.
Well, good. Premise 1 isn't true or false. It's not a theory. It is mathematics. I don't understand why you think a use within mathematics and a domain often used within computer science is going to show that a God exists. Is your God more like a concept, or are they more a physical thing existing in reality?
Could you explain to me what Dan discussed the main theory actually is in the context of formal meta-ontology, please? Since it doesn't seem as if you understand
Dana
the concept.
Scott's domain theory is a widely accepted and established mathematical framework, not a theory in the sense of a scientific hypothesis that is proven true or false.
It is actually a theory
I'm not done
according to
speaking.
formal meta-ontology.
Excuse me. I love you, though.
That's incorrect. You're wrong. You're wrong.
Excuse me. Okay, but I'm almost done speaking. It is a branch of mathematics, specially order theory and topology, that provides the foundational mathematical models for the dimensional semantics of programming languages. Now you may speak.
Is domain theory. I'll just send the screenshot. It's not just it's something which is motivated by mathematics and computational theory.
Is your God more like a concept, or is your God more like he exists physical in reality?
Yeah, so I'm telling you here that you can use mathematical concepts as a means of grounding the particular theory with respect to meta-ontology. That's logically possible, and it's something which you can actually do, right? You can use mathematically motivated concepts. So saying it's a branch of mathematics is irrelevant to the actual argument, sir.
So right? Your God is more like mathematics.
No, that's not the point I'm making. Do you think? So just to be clear on this, just to make sure on the same page here, what do you think I mean when I'm talking about meta-ontology? What do you think that word means?
You're trying to figure out if something exists, and I'm trying to say your God doesn't exist as a.
I'll give you another try.
It exists as a concept. It doesn't exist in the physical reality, and you have no.
I'll give you another chance.
God, no, I want to know.
You're incorrect.
You didn't answer my question. Does your
Wrong.
God
incorrect?
Does
You're
your
dodging.
God exist as a concept or in physical reality?
You're running from the
Never
point.
answered.
You're running from the point. You said that meta-ontology is specifically determining what exists. That's irrelevant. Meta-ontology is not about what in fact exists. It's about how we determine the categorical scheme of existence. So that's retarded. That's
Okay, ontology is
like every philosopher would actually laugh at you, by the way, if you say this claim.
Okay,
like every PhD philosopher degree.
Exist as a concept, or does it exist in physical reality?
Neither.
Neither.
That's a false dichotomy.
Oh, how does your God exist?
In a non-physical aspect of reality, in a non-physical sense. So you can have something which exists, but not physically, and not as a mere concept. So that's a false dichotomy. Think of Platonic theory of forms if they were to exist. So that's another blunder. Now, do you want to address my point that they've been running away from the entire time?
So they don't exist in a physical reality?
Yep. Existence can be defined as rigorous physicality.
What evidence for this non-physical reality?
The evidence would just be the argument. The argument itself would be the evidence. So physical things by definition.
Do you think if you asked Dana Scott, they would say that this is why you should believe in a God?
Whether or not Dana Scott believes in the argument is irrelevant to whether or not her specific theory would actually be something which determines the actual truth of the conclusion itself.
But you saw this, so can I ask you, did you make this or did someone else give you this?
It's my argument. So could he actually address the point and stop derailing into meta points of the conversation?
You told me, no, I want to.
Could he actually address the premises?
Then you lied to me.
I don't care about your long diatribe. I care about you addressing the argument.
Okay, calm down. And I asked for an argument for premise 6.
I said the argument for premise 6 is going to be predicated upon the previous premises, which you have yet to bring to the conversation.
But you said this is...
I can lay the contradiction.
I'm sorry. Never mind.
Are you saying that God...
he lied.
There as a mere concept, or so we're concluding...
He told me.
Yeah, so if he exists as a mere concept, he's mind-dependent.
Or is something more than just a mere concept? God either exists as a mere concept or something more than just a mere concept. Premise 6. It is logically impossible and necessarily false that God exists as a mere concept. So what's the argument for premise 6?
Sure. So do you agree that for any concept X, if it was to be a concept, by definition, it's mind-dependent?
Send in love, Moon Shoes. Also, send in love. What's up,
Blaster
Master?
Concepts are mind-dependent?
SBK?
Yeah, that's obviously the case. It's true. By definition, they're mind-dependent. Okay. Now, if concepts are mind-dependent, which they actually are, given the definition of God, which is being an omnipotent, omniscient creator of the universe, if you were to be omnipotent, you could not be mind-dependent.
None of this matters. So you would want to provide like a modal ontological argument or something. So like my counter to this would be that God is necessarily impossible, right? So necessarily if God exists, since you don't want to provide an argument.
That begs the question.
I'll provide.
Doesn't even attack the argument. I've given the argument. It's the proof by contradiction. Wait, sorry. Do you know the proof by contradiction is in logic?
So is your God a necessary being?
Yes or no?
So
yes or no? Do you know the proof by contradiction?
Engage with my
That's the first nod. I'll accept your concession. Remove me. I'll accept your concession. The argument remains undefeated.
If you cannot
argument remains undefeated. Premise 6 proven by a proof by contradiction. Concession accepted.
So
you didn't prove premise 1.
Very simple question: is your God a necessary being?
My God is a necessary being. Yes. Now answer my question.
Okay, so
do you know the proof by contradiction is?
Necessarily, if God exists, God
yes or no?
Exists. Do you agree?
I just answered your question. Now answer my question. Do you know the proof by contradiction is?
Premise 1. Necessarily, if
that's
God
the
exists,
fourth
God
thought.
exists.
I'm going to answer the question.
Do you agree or disagree?
Waiting for the answer to my question, by the way. I've answered your question.
So, premise 1.
Still dodging my question.
An argument you have failed to provide.
I've answered your question, and I've given the argument was a proof by contradiction. Now answer my question.
Premise 6.
Do you know what the proof by contradiction is?
Worldview. So,
do you know what the proof by contradiction is? Yes or no?
If God exists,
yes or no? Do you know the proof by contradiction is?
Agree or disagree?
Why do you keep on dodging every single one of my questions I've been asking the entire time of the conversation?
Let Taco talk, please.
Premise 1. Necessarily, if God exists, God exists.
I've given the contradiction. That's the evidence for premise 6. God, it's logically impossible. It sounds like you're dodging my question and you're trying to go off into a meta point because you have no response to
address your argument directly. I'm trying to address.
Do you know what the proof by contradiction is, Taco? Yes or no? I've answered your question.
Premise.
Answer the question. Answer the question. Do you know the proof by contradiction?
Or are you going to keep?
I'm engaging by asking you a question. You're disengaging by dodging my question.
Necessarily, if
he just keeps on talking to himself. He won't answer the question.
Do you agree or disagree with premise 1?
I agree that necessarily God exists, logically speaking. Now answer my question.
Right. So
do you know the proof by contradiction is?
So premise
How many more
2,
questions have to answer for the answer any
God doesn't exist. Do you agree or disagree?
That doesn't follow from the actual argument. There, no answer my question.
So
do you know what the proof by contradiction is?
So this is premise
That's
2.
the fourth question I've been answering, by the way, and is yet to answer any single one of my questions.
I'm going to give you to engage in conversation.
He just keeps on running from the actual
God
argument.
doesn't exist. Do you agree or disagree?
If I answer your question, would you answer my question?
I'm presenting you an argument. It's not a question.
That's not an argument. The question, not an argument, moron. You asked me a question, not an argument.
I'm asking you if you agree with my premise.
Asking me a question is that you presented an argument.
Last chance.
You know, you look bad on the opposite, Freddy. You look like actually.
Okay, moving on. All right. Ghost, what's going on? How's it going, Ghost?
Yo, hey, I'm just curious. Do you have full awareness that a question cannot be propositional?
Okay. What's going on, oh snap?
Not much. Are you an atheist, or what's your position on your belief system?
Yeah, everyone of sound mind is an atheist.
Wait 1 second. I'm not even on the speakerphone. Sorry. All right. Again, sorry.
We're both atheists.
Okay. Is this just an open debate? Are we allowed to talk about anything, or is there guidelines? I'm kind of new to this.
Odd-related, supernatural. I'd love to see cryptid evidence, if you have cryptid evidence, stuff like that, right?
I don't. Do you have cryptid evidence of atheism? That's why I'm agnostic. I have trouble because it's simple. I think the simple way to put it is neither of us can prove that God exists or doesn't. So
it's not cryptid evidence for atheism, but yes. Like for me, the reason I'm an atheist is because of logic and science, right? So all of science points to some type of fundamental state, right? Some people claim a brute fact, some people claim an infinite regress. I claim a necessary being, right? I think the argumentation and the necessary being just seems most intuitive to me. Just like the initial state, right? Nothing special. But it seems the most intuitive to me. I don't like the idea of infinite regress. It seems like, although it's definitely, I'm not going to say it's logically impossible, right? There's no contradiction there. And then brute fact, you can pretty much claim anything, right? So that lands me in necessary being, right? So looking at the sciences, that looks like that's going to be the initial state, right? That seems to be the best necessary being candidate. Then there's the reverse modal ontological argument, which I was presenting to our friend just a minute ago. Premise 1, necessarily if God exists, God necessarily exists, or exists necessarily. I forget the exact logical form of that, but it's before or after. Anyways, premise 2, possibly God doesn't exist, which is granted by you being an agnostic, me being an atheist. Every single atheist in the world, every agnostic in the world, most Christians can imagine a world with no God. And so the conclusion necessarily follows because no God is conceivable, so possibly God doesn't exist. They're claiming a necessary being.
Are you not then making a free will choice between
all? No. So necessarily, necessary being has to exist in all possible worlds. So because it doesn't exist in at least one possible world, it would be many though, it necessarily can't exist. So premise 2, possibly God doesn't exist. Conclusion necessarily follows. Therefore, God doesn't exist.
I follow the logic, but wouldn't it be, like I was saying, a free will choice to either believe in him or not believe in him in that stance?
No. That's a sound logical argument. That's a sound deductive argument, right? And then like I said, there's also the sciences, and I'm just saying, like the sciences and philosophy.
What do you think could convince you?
It's like a scientific model pointing towards a God. What else?
I think they're cohesive, though. I think they go together.
I like Randolph Richardson's example. The God, if it was omni everything, it could give me some omni powers and teleport me to a deep reach of space where it knows I won't do anything to screw up reality. And I could play around with it and understand that this is a real thing.
If you had confirmed knowledge of God, wouldn't that
you
change?
That a God exists?
I'm just thinking if the omnipotent being were to pull some stunt like that, wouldn't that completely change how you view reality? I mean, as a human brain, I don't think you could go through such an experience you're expecting to go through this blip of experience where you get pulled from reality. It's completely separated from everything. And then you get put back in and now you have knowledge that you're sure God exists 100%. Wouldn't that completely throw you for a psychotic loop? I mean, I don't think anyone, the simple idea is that you can't see God's face and live because it's so incomprehensible. I think you're putting yourself on like an equal scale of this omnipotent being that you'd be able to even comprehend it. You're like, oh, I suddenly want to be able to understand God, even though the whole idea is that he's separate from you.
I would be okay with that view as long as he's okay to give up the omnipotence tag. And he says, listen, I can tell you I actually can't view people. I can't talk with people. And thus, I'm actually way weaker than a lot of you. And we're going to have to figure some other name that's just, a little bit less than omnipotence.
So what's interesting is I think what we're talking about is Jesus Christ. He comes down. He's the human form of God to make himself equivalent to us. He suffers like we do, and he's the human version of us. He takes down his omnipotence. He limits his godly powers. He comes into human form, and then he dies the most painful death possible to show that he's equal with us.
That doesn't really show that he's equal with us.
But that certainly follows the logic that we're talking about.
Follows. I have big problems with the Jesus story. Two things. One, I don't think Jesus thought he was a god. We can go into that. I think his followers eventually thought he was a god. And only one of the Gospels claims that he is a god, and then the New Testament goes after. But I do not like sacrificial logic. I do not like the logic of we kill a guy and then we get stuff out of it. It is...
So I provided a sound argument, and I provided the sciences, like what they're supporting, right? Evolution, abiogenesis, Big Bang Theory, all that, right? Quantum physics, right? And this guy...
Which are all subject to change, and science is ever changing.
So this guy is sitting here and being incredulous, right? And so you said you were an agnostic. Now
but I can
lying.
I'm not allowed to bring up arguments of other things. I can't talk about Christianity.
So I provided you a sound logical.
Yeah, brother,
argument.
I get it's an argument, but an argument has two sides to the coin. You seem so utterly convinced of your argument that you're not willing to take on other ideas because you're
sound
so
argument. Why would I not be convinced
about the argument?
Be certain of the conclusion.
Because I don't think you can be. I disagree, and that's why we're having this debate. I think, okay, let me present this fact to you. There's 50 people in this call. Oh, actually, there's not. There's 16 people in this call right now, and I guarantee that all of them have different belief systems and different views from you, and I don't think you can be so sure in your argument. I get it's logical, and I agree with you, but I think we can still present new ideas. The thing about the scientific method...
I provided a sound logical argument. Where else do I go?
Do you find comfort in that? That there's like...
Yeah. Don't you?
But no, I don't, because I don't think you'd be in this. I don't think you'd be in this debate server if you were so sure of your answer.
Well, I'm trying to save people that are lost, like you.
That's interesting. Wait, I have to think on that. You think I'm lost?
Yeah, almost everybody in the audience is lost unless they're an atheist.
All right, so you walk up to a kid with cancer who is sure that when they die, they're going to go to some magical heaven, and you have the balls to walk up to that kid and say, there's no God, you're going to die alone, and there's absolutely nothing.
I would probably never even have an opportunity to talk to a kid like that. Why would you even bring that?
Because it's theoretical. Because the whole theoretics of it was you wanted a God to put you into the middle of space away from reality.
If a kid like that asked me, I would tell them, but they're not like a kid like that is never going to get to go to vote.
But that's also setting up a scenario just to be mean.
I do this to help the people that can vote. I mean, if a kid like that, I mean, I probably wouldn't even talk to them. I mean, I'd be like, I'm so sorry. That's rough. I wouldn't dig into stuff like that with somebody that's a kid and will never vote. It's the voters that matter.
Okay, let's take a 18-year-old voter who is of sound mind and sound body, and they're a completely normal individual, but they go through everyday sufferings, right? Like we all
Are they
do.
an
Everyone.
atheist?
No, they're a theist.
Then you can't say they're of sound mind.
But you said there was a chance there was a God.
No, I showed how necessarily God does not exist.
But you said there were, if we're using the recursion argument, right? In all those realities, there's a chance there's a God. It's above zero, and you're saying it's zero.
No. It's it's necessarily God cannot exist. So necessarily, if God exists, God necessarily exists. Possibly God doesn't exist, therefore God doesn't exist.
I don't see how the logic doesn't go both ways.
Well, this is the reverse modal ontological argument. It works in weaker logics than the standard modal ontological argument. So it's a stronger argument, and it's going to win in favor of atheism.
But can I also, because I agree with what Taka is saying.
Yeah, sure.
Can I give you my reasons for why I'm an agnostic, atheist, anti-theist. I feel like I can defend all of those positions. I think you should continue to be an agnostic because I don't think you can ever get 100%, but I think you should be an atheist because I think there's more evidence that there is not a God than there is a God, and I don't think it's 50-50. And I'll give you a claim that I'm going to make, and yet I have the only pushback I ever get is nah. My claim is that the only creators we know in this universe are animals. Animals so far are the only creator that we know of. Does that mean they are the only creator? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe there's other species out there that, could do it. Nonetheless, if God is not an animal, then they would be the first example of a non-animal creator that has ever existed. That makes me already skeptical of them existing, and it means that they would need a heavy burden to exist. The burden tends to come from these necessary arguments, and yet I find them plot devices for us to exist. For example, our brains and our minds, the things that truly separate us as animals from other beings, well, they're there for our survival. Like, it's cool that we write poetry and that, we make love-felt movies and media. And yet, at the end of the day, our job is to get food into our mouths. That is the function that I can tell for consciousness and how it developed. And thus, I don't understand why a God exists. Unless their purpose is truly to create the universe so they could create us and so that we could be here doing things. But again, that just seems to make them a plot device. What do you say? That's a lot. What do you think of that?
I was following most of it, and I do think that's profound. I really liked your animal argument. I've never heard that before. That was completely original.
Oh, thank you.
So thank you for that. Sorry, give me a second. I have to think through that.
No, you're good.
You did say a lot, so I need to. No, it wasn't rambling. I was following. It's just there were 3 points that I need to think about. In regards, I honestly can't find an answer to your animal argument. I'm going to think about that today. As for the second thing you said, I believe that was in regards to, the third thing was plot points, so I'll dive into that. Why he would need to exist before time to create us, and you regarded him with purpose. You said, why would God have a purpose to create us? Because he could have just been bored. He could have, I don't know, like why does his existence need precedent? Like, why does God need to exist is a very profound question. Sorry, what was the second thing you said?
Well,
It was animal.
I will say that consciousness is a
Oh,
mechanism
food. Yeah.
to eat food.
Our purpose was to eat food. Or like reproduce and just continue
Yes.
the line.
Can I give you? It's always a little bit disgusting, but I'll give you the real deal. Our purpose is to eat food, get rid of food, and sometimes mate. And if you want to, do anything else, you want to go to college, you want to go into construction, you want to find do art, that's up to you. But
you got to do it though in the time that you're not eating or mating.
That's true.
That's true. I mean, the only thing I could say to that, but it doesn't really clarify. It's not really an argument. Is like experience has moments of beauty, but that would be an argument for like the beauty of creation, I guess. I don't know. But there's obviously a lot of ugliness too to counteract that. But then you could say, well, you can't have the beauty. You can't have the sunshine without the rain, or the rainbow without the rain.
Well, and that's the crazy thing with the creations. You could make a gun that kills people. You could put a bunch of guns together and make a statue that makes a peace sign.
That's true. Oh, yeah. That's profound. Yeah. Huh. Well, I'm going to think about those 3 arguments. Thank you. I enjoyed talking to you guys. Have a good one.
Welcome to Atheism, brother. It's good to have you. If there's any theists in the audience, we'd love to have you up. Ghost, you can come up and chat if you want, but we're not going to do the trolling thing today. So what's up, Ghost? What position do you hold? Ghost?
I can't believe he'd say something so profound and yet so extreme.
I guess we've got Mobius. What's up, Mobius?
Hey, what's up, Taco? Long time. How you doing?
Yeah, chilling, man. What's been going on?
Nothing. I'm just kind of not so much in politics over anymore. I mean, as of late, but lately I've been kind of circling the communist room because I like it there. But regardless, it's not religion. I just want to talk to you about because you brought up the S5. I mean, the ontological argument kind of turned it on its head. I think you're talking about the S5 one, which is kind of interesting to me.
Yeah,
the way
the
people
reverse modal ontological argument.
Yeah, because you could say that if a god necessarily exists, I mean, possibly necessary, okay, which is kind of a weird. The S5 thing is weird, okay. Possibly necessary equals necessary. I don't know how they came to that thing. But if God is possibly necessary, then therefore it's necessary that God exists. Done. You know what I mean? But obviously you can turn that on his head to say if it's possibly necessary that God doesn't exist, then it's necessary that God doesn't exist, right?
Yeah, that's kind of like saying it didn't land on my coin flip, but let's count it so anyway. Or it didn't land on my number, but it's kind of close.
I'm not sure. I think it's more than that.
I'm trying to think of a proper analogy here, but you're right.
I think the S5, because I've been thinking about it.
S5 is kind of
strange, but
for dingleberries.
No, but I mean, it's about. I thought maybe you can clarify this. The game you're talking. It talks about possible worlds communicating with each other, like accessing each other. So apparently, if it's possibly necessary, that means in some possible world it's necessary. Let's say out of 1,000 universes is number 812 or something, right? But just because it's possible, it's not necessary. It's not universally necessary. It seems like it gets in all the other possible universes, gets infected by 812, and then all of a sudden you get a necessary God everywhere.
Well, that's what they're trying to say, but you just run the reverse modal ontological argument because there's the same issue for necessarily if God exists, God necessarily exists. Possibly God doesn't exist, therefore God doesn't exist. Right? So the same issue occurs on the other end of the spectrum, right? But that works in S4 and KT, or S4 and KNT.
Yeah, it's weird how they.
Which the standard modal ontological argument doesn't.
Yeah, because
Which means
apparently
that it's a stronger argument, and it's going to land in favor of atheism.
well, yeah. Apparently, there's like S4 and then T and K. I don't know why it's not called S3 and S2, but it's KT. But you have it doesn't work with S4. Because apparently they don't have this universal.
It just dropped defense of the argument and said that it does work in S4.
No, the atheism or the theism.
Oh, the atheism.
Right. Yeah.
God does not exist. Sorry, you're saying I'm with you.
But it seems that you could use the same argument for both ideas. So in S4, if it doesn't work for theism, how does it work for atheism?
Because a necessary being has to exist in all possible worlds, and so if there's one possible world in which it doesn't exist, I can't provide you Joe's defense. I'm not Joe, but if there's one possible world in which it does not exist, it does not exist, even if there's a bunch of possible worlds in which it does exist.
It isn't that S5 reverse, not so much S4. It's because I think S4 is if something is necessary, it's necessarily necessary. Or something. It's reflexive and transitive.
Makes sense.
So reflexive, which means it's itself. If it's necessary, then it is. So if God is necessary, then God exists, or something like that. And then you apparently S4 is if something is necessary, it's necessarily necessary, but it's not in like every world. But regardless, I gotta look that up. But there's no.
I just don't understand why, if we're going to have multiverses, which hasn't been shown to be true, but if they could be true, that we just have a multiverse that is eternal. Why do you then need a god that
Well, it's just saying that anything is conceivable as a possible world. It's
Oh.
not an actual multiverse.
Oh, I get you, but they can never seem to show that their god exists in this world. We have to go anywhere else.
I think this is my own reasoning of it. If you were to say, God exists in some possible world out there somewhere, obviously it doesn't exist in this one. But if you were to go to that world, and then look outward back to this world, then it's possible that it's somewhere here. If you keep on doing that with every world, you'll have necessary gods everywhere. That's what I'm thinking, but maybe I'm wrong.
You could have maybe two gods in this other world, or maybe they kill all the other gods in this other world.
It maybe has to do with the. I think you're kind of going a bit too far, or you're jumping the gun when you start saying that God exists, possibly necessary. How could you say something is possible? You can't say that about God. It's possibly necessary.
Well,
if something is possible,
possibility in this is just conceivability.
But according to, it seems like that's enough. If you can conceive of it, there it's done. That you have it somehow, even if it's another world.
So I would say logical possibility is conceivability, but I would say that what's actually possible shares some type of history with the initial state.
Actually possible. I think to say something is actually possible is something you can't really justify. How could you say something is if it doesn't exist in your world? How could you say it's possible? It's a bold statement to say something is possible versus not possible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I would say what's actually possible is going to share some history with the initial state.
When you say initial state, what do you mean initial state?
The most fundamental state. What I call the universal quantum field. Some people might call the universal wave function. But I'd say what's actually possible is something that shares history with the initial state.
Right. Actually, in my own personal ontology or whatever, I think that all there exists is this universal quantum field, or the quantum wave function. I mean, apparently that's all we know that it's proven to exist. That and space-time, as described by general relativity.
Right, but I would say if somebody's posing something that doesn't share history with that, it's not possible.
Yeah, sure. I mean, insofar as it seems like what
But
we
not
think is
actually
possible. Right. Something that is possible has to be connected to that. Possible in that quantum wave function world. I mean, at least described in the quantum field. If it can't be described in the quantum field, you can't say the word possible. I would say, because quantum fields do have a possibility space. Like if I
Well,
go,
you can for logical possibility, because logical possibility is just no contradiction. And so logical possibility is conceivability. And so
Great.
that's where you're getting the possible world semantics.
so logical possibility doesn't necessarily have to mean actual possibility.
For a bunch of people, it does. Like, you have to claim that if you're a theist. If you don't claim that and you're a theist, so like if I run the reverse MOA on them, a lot of the time they'll say that conceivability is a possibility, and so then that means that because they can conceive of a mind without a brain doesn't mean it's actually possible, and so you can just provide like an inductive argument about how minds require brains, and then their whole God position is destroyed.
If you can prove, yeah, there's many different ways you could do that when it comes to anthropomorphizing God. To say mind is a complete anthropomorphizing, I think. And then to say it requires a brain, but I don't think people say it requires a brain. The whole mind thing, the theists. Do you think an argument can be made?
I would make an argument saying that a mind requires a brain, and then I would request that they demonstrate a disembodied mind.
Right. But again, I think that when it comes to logical possibility, it still has to be grounded in some sort of reality. They can't say unicorn logically possible.
Logical possibility is grounded in conceivability, no contradiction.
No contradiction. I see. Yeah. Just anything conceivable. Okay. But
So
again,
the argument I would give is something like all observed minds occur in virtue of brains, therefore all minds occur in virtue of brains. And if they've denied conceivability as possibility, then that argument they can't get past, and they can't claim they're God, basically. It destroys their position.
in terms of it seems that conceivability is something that can't be done in that case.
I mean, they could provide no contradiction, but if conceivability isn't possibility, that wouldn't mean that it's possible because it can conceive of it. So it wouldn't be logically possible just because it can conceive of it. The logical possibility would be equivalent to the nomological possibility.
Nomological possibility. So what would that be?
Possible in like the physical world and
Right.
off of the physical world.
So have you heard any justifications to like for possible necessity?
No.
Can you use an argument that would qualify? I mean, in which possible necessity is qualified that's not theist? So let's say atheism. Does that qualify as possibly necessary? I would think so.
Are you saying the statement or the position atheism?
Yeah, is it possibly necessary for there to be no God?
Oh, yeah, no, it is necessary for there to be no God.
Is
The
it-
initial state is necessary.
But does it stem from the possibility of it being necessary?
I would arrive at it through some type of you could use a transcendental argument. If knowledge, then the universal quantum field. We have knowledge, therefore the universal quantum field. So you could arrive at that through like a transcendental argument. You could claim the PSR or a soft version of the PSR or whatever you want to do there, whatever aligns with your view of physics. And you could say that there's this chain of things that's borrowing existence and shares history with some other thing. And then you could trace that back and then claim that this all arises at the initial or arises from the initial state, and then you could have arguments that say that this initial state. So you get to the initial state, and then you're at the metaphysics, and then the metaphysics. You would look at the various arguments for like metaphysical grounding, right? In my view, I claim a necessary being. I think infinite regress is logically possible and that it has no contradiction. But to me, and there's no issue with there always being an explanation. But I don't find that as convincing as I do the necessary being position, where it has to exist in all possible worlds. It can't fail to exist, right? That seems much more parsimonious to me. And then a brute fact is no explanation for its existence. Anybody could claim anything as a brute fact, and you would have no parsimony check there, right? So that doesn't seem like a good option to me. So I would align with the necessary being position. But there are people that claim brute contingencies or infinite regresses.
But you said you would align with the necessary being not being there or being there?
No, I would align with the necessary being position for a naturalist position.
Oh, for the naturalist.
I'm like a physicalist monist. I forget what the position is called exactly, but I'm like a physicalist monist, basically. It's all the one substance.
Yeah, I would characterize myself as a physicalist monist for sure. And because I think there's only one thing there. And insofar as what that is, it's very elusive. It just fields, right? Quantum fields, let's say. But even that is not really the base thing. And we don't even know. As far as we know, we have space-time described by general relativity, and then you have quantum fields described by quantum field theory and standard model. And so far as the stuff of reality, that's all we have. And to say that to say that there's anything outside of that we could coherently understand or know, it's just, to me, it's nonsense. I mean, you have to prove such a thing to something outside of the fields that we has been tried, tested, and true. Based on how we describe this kind of terrain with our maps to the terrain, which is math and physics and stuff, right? And at least we have something there to describe what's going on. But when it comes to a god, it just there's nothing there, insofar as, like, let's say the terrain, including God, right? Then there's nothing to describe this or to justify its existence. If there was, like, obviously not, but if there was something in quantum field theory to say, okay, there's a god, like, okay, let's say there was, okay, would you go for that? If just quantum field implies a god, necessarily.
You're saying if quantum field theory implied a god, would I accept it?
Yeah, if it leads there.
I don't care if there's a god or not.
Yeah, it's true. But to say, I mean,
I don't think it could be the Christian God. I don't think gods are possible, though, with my understanding of this stuff. But I wouldn't be opposed to it.
Yeah, I mean, the way I look at it is like, according to our universe, insofar as we can understand it, like our Earth, and like with all the experiments we can do on Earth and all the telescopes that we use for the stars and all that stuff, like we have these instruments to describe our own local reality. But as far as
this, I think necessary being has to be the case. But I'm fallibilist, and if I got something wrong in my analysis, and let's say infinite regress was the case, I wouldn't be miffed. I'd just be like, oh, okay, Or if like a brute fact was the case, I'd be like, well, that doesn't really make sense, but I can't. Like, if that's the case, that's the case. Even though I wouldn't like brute fact. Brute fact would like throw my mind in I'd be like, oh no, what the fuck? No explanation. No, that's weird. There's a check, especially if I could see that maybe with like an initial state of just super fundamental stuff. But if it was like a super complex god, I'd be like, what the fuck? That's weird. I would have a hard time with that one, like a brute fat god.
Yeah, and it seems that the brute fact kind of idea, or you could say a presuppositional idea, which you have this complex god that's just there. You have to kind of explain why it's this certain complexity or this certain set of attributes versus another, because apparently it's arbitrary, especially if it assigns itself its own attributes. It could be anything. It's something that can make us suffer, or something that can make us, make a really good kind of universe or whatever, right? And that's the whole thing. But some people can kind of push back to say that if you're going to say that, that the laws of physics are just there, then and take that stance, then even if it's like infinite regress or whatever, then you could use that with God to say,
Well, I think it's just a part of the nature of the necessary being. It's just the math and the stuff arises from the field dynamics, right?
Yeah.
That's what I think. Like, however much strength was in that fluctuation or fluctuations that kick-started the inflation, and however much of a, hey, chairman, hey, dude, let's...
Yeah, chairman's a troll. He's like my enemy in the communist room.
Yeah, dude, we're on YouTube. Don't post that shit.
Yeah, I don't know. Chairman's really fucked up. Yeah, it's good he made his own room. But when it comes to that guy got a new room. He split off from the communist room. Him and his buddies made this new.
I don't know any of that. I don't care about any of that. We were talking about something else.
Okay. And yeah. So when it comes to the idea of like what I was saying before about the local reality, I mean, insofar as what we have in our local reality, observed through experiments, blah blah blah, everything we can do to probe this reality, we've come up with just quantum field equations and general relativity, no God at all. But that's not to say that maybe this reality or this universe or whatever, just one grain of sand in like 5 billion deserts of reality, and in those realities you got multiple gods or one god or whatever. But even that's just still speculation. It goes into the idea of like anything could happen, right? There's nothing really there, even if you say it could exist. Like you need something, and even to say that quantum, the standard model of particle physics, whatever, which is what we have, along with relativity, that's our edifice of physics. That is not necessarily the ultimate, reality of everything.
Stuff is still stuff.
Yeah, but I mean, in terms of like what's going on, we have quantum field theory and general relativity, right? But then they clash with each other.
Still stuff.
Yeah, right. It's still
really.
Right.
It's all. Everything is quantum.
I mean, well, that's our theory so far, but
that's our explanation, the general relativity, right? But they're thinking it's going to be like modified Newtonian dynamics. I forgot what.
Well, I mean,
something like that.
So far, the only way they have reconciled these two things at class, which is general relativity and quantum mechanics, is through string theory, but it's only done on paper. But I mean, I think that
there's MON. That the issue is that at the big scale, general relativity doesn't explain the motion of the universe perfectly. It's got some issues, right? And so they add in dark matter, which is kind of observed, indirectly observed, and then they add in the rapid expansion of the universe that is measured. Not the late time expansion of the universe, which is measured, which is dark energy, and they get pretty close, and then they get pretty close to the expansion of the universe, or they get pretty close to the way that the universe is, right? And they might have to make other changes and tweaks, right? But this is because of we're building from the bottom up. right? So we're building bottom up, right? So we're here now. We're trying to get back to the fundamental state, right? And so we started out observing the macro. Now we're working on observing the micro. This is because of a failure of our ability to do math and not know everything. It's not like there's some mystical break between quantum and general relativity.
No, I never said that there was. I mean, it just seems that there is a class that can be explained in many different ways. The one that we have now that's actually accomplished on paper is string theory, but it hasn't been experimentally verified. But I'm saying even if that's not the ultimate underlying theory, and maybe there's many different ones like on the that's underlying these. The fact is that because like a lot of theists could say you don't have the theory, there's many flaws. But the thing is, it's the best we can do, and we have been very kind of accurate when it comes to the predictions that these theories hold. Like the predictions that our biggest, most successful theory as humans have been, which is quantum field theory. I mean, sorry, specifically quantum electrodynamics as part of quantum field theory. The quantum electrodynamics is the most precise the humans have ever created. It's so precise you can't even comprehend. We're talking about like 50 decimal places precise. Okay, and to say that that's not enough to say that to describe reality is just, I mean, I think it's just naive, and especially to say that something like the Bible would correspond, like, is a better map to reality than these equations are. It's just to me, it's just kind of being a bit, like I said, naive, right? I don't know why religions, any religion,
illusion.
It's just jumping the gun. Like, how could you make universal claims like this when even like a local claim is hard enough? To describe our world now. Like, how about a world that we can't even see it that's out there? Just like, yeah, it's God, and described in a book named like by a guy who walked on Earth 2,000 years ago among 50 other people who claimed to be Messiah.
Before we even had Newtonian physics.
Yeah, it's well before Newtonian physics. That is something. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. When it comes to any science, what they were going on with their banking.
Leo Phileas says it's 18 decimal places, and that refers specifically to the measurement of the magnetic moment of the electron.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I was referring to. The magnetic moment of the electron experiment. You know how accurate that is? It's like, imagine if just by theory, you're just going to measure, let's say, a dot in the middle of New York City to a dot in the middle of London. Just by theory, without any type of measurement instruments. And then when you measured it, it was 1 millimeter of that dot. That's the type of accuracy we're talking about, okay? You can't say there's nothing to these theories, okay? And I think there's something to, when it comes to quantum mechanics or whatever, there's something there. Somebody could easily just say, oh yeah, God made that, right? But I think to inject a supernatural being is just not necessary in many different ways. Parsimony is one thing, obviously, because something simple is just more satisfying, it seems, than something complex. But I mean, what's your opinion about that, Taco? Like, do you think that this is something that's always there? If it's really simple, is it necessarily better than something that's really complex that's just there, like a complex God? Something that...
I would say that would be way more parsimonious, right? So look at the way the universe works. It goes from simple to complex, right? So just looking back in the past, somebody claiming extremely simple stuff, not complex stuff. In fact, the most simple stuff, the most simple anything could possibly be, is way more complex than something that has a mind, is posing another ontology that's way more complex and posing new things, right? Like non-physical mind that's disembodied, has personal relationship with everybody, can interact and spawn stuff in reality, has this creative force, cares about all of us. There's no amount of divine simplicity claim that's going to get past just the most simple form of the stuff. Right? That's actually the most simple. Like if you're
Right.
being intellectually honest and not
Mm.
totally delusional, even if somebody claims divine simplicity, which is just a claim of trying to make a super complex thing simple. It's not, it's got all sorts of problems. The most simple thing is actually going to just be the stuff in its most simple form.
Right, but I would think it would have some sort of construct, this stuff. Let's say you have a theory of everything and a small little equation that describes everything that's beyond quantum fields, like all the way down, even if it's like 20 orders of magnitude in terms of fundamental kind of nature of the stuff. We have this ultimate equation. It would have some sort of construct that is kind of simple, but something there, like as opposed to just like a dot or something. It would have to have some sort of form, no? Like a form of the equation.
Wait. Sorry, I was reading multiple texts. One more time.
So, like, when it comes to the ultimate theory of everything, let's say it can be condensed down to a very simple equation. Would this equation be something above, like a speck of something, like something with some sort of form? Let's say something akin to equals MC squared. Equals MC squared does have a form, even though it's very simple. And if you were to kind of allow this type of form, I would think that a form that is a bit more complex than that, that's always there, like equals empty square or whatever is always there, that there's no way to say one over the other. Because at the end of the day, just like little differences in form complexity.
Are you? I zoned
You know what I
out
mean?
when you were talking. I don't know if you just bored me there or what, but one more time.
No.
I'm trying
Okay,
to
no,
understand. I'm having
well,
a hard time focusing on what you're saying.
It has to do with the parsimony kind of argument. Where to say if it's simple, is it necessarily better? Or Occam's razor, if it's simple, necessarily better? Because you could have a simple equation by a certain metric is simple, like equals MC square. Imagine if the theory of everything is equals MC square or something like that. And then you have another construct, which is a bit more complicated.
You're asking, is the simplicity of the equation relevant in? I don't know. Probably.
Because
But
ultimately,
I don't think. But if it's actually describing this stuff versus not actually describing this stuff, I think simplicity would still be a virtue. But if something is more complex, it actually describes the way this stuff operates mathematically. I think you would have to take the more complex thing. But the thing is that that's going to be dealing with the theory, right? So if you have a God claim explaining everything, but it has all this extra stuff, and then you have just the initial state, which is way more simple, way more simple.
Right. But you're injecting this virtue of simplicity. The virtue of simplicity is something you're just putting in there.
Well, what I'm saying is that both of those would sufficiently describe why all this stuff is there. It will provide an explanation for why all this stuff is there, and it will give the current state something to borrow its existence from.
Well, and can
But what you're saying is one mathematical equation doesn't accurately describe this stuff, but it's more simple, and the other thing does accurately describe this stuff.
Can I just point out
that's disanalogous in that?
Well, no, but they both do. They're both accurately with the same measure.
Then you probably go with the more simple formula.
But why? Like,
well, can I?
Because it's more simple and easier to use.
No, but again, that virtue is just there.
Why?
That you're putting in.
Why you say it's a virtue, but I would argue that we're trying to build towards a better design, and so we often deal with arguments of irreducible complexity and them trying to put complexity on this higher pedestal than simplicity. And I would argue, and I would say many designers and engineers and programmers would argue that when you're trying to build some sort of mechanism to for humans to use, you want to make it as simple as possible. There are these things called affordances. Affordances are when you're able to take everything unnecessary away, and so it makes the design almost impossible to misunderstand. An example of this would be a screwdriver or a door handle. It's almost impossible to misunderstand how to use them because so much time has actually been put into making it simple.
Sure, but when it comes to the simplicity of something versus something that's a bit less simple or complex or whatever, that metric should not be part of any justification for a god. Or
Sure.
Could
I actually comment on that? I will also say, but it doesn't mean so.
Well, the simplicity of the theory is a virtue.
Well,
but
BMC,
no, but you're just saying. I mean, you can't justify such a statement.
BMC squared is beautiful in its simplicity. It gets a lot of work done. However,
that's just how the that's just how the theory building is done.
If you
I don't think that your example would be analogous though to God and something else, because there's a difference between describing it with math and with the words and phrases that we're using.
But what I'm trying to say is, if you have an equation that is much longer, that's fine. It's not like a race to simplify it. It just so happens that it's elegant and it happens to get a lot of work done from that equation. But if there is a 100-step equation and it just so happens this 100-step equation is the only way that we're able to find God, sure. I mean, it's a pain in the ass. God seems like they're trying to hide themselves, but sure, bring it on. I mean, it's both. It's all of those things.
Well, but when it comes to the metrics to use in order to justify God or not, right from the get-go, it seems that simplicity and complexity should not be used, because I don't think you could reduce something to where it's like pure simplicity, because then you'll just have like just nothingness, right? So there has to be some sort of construct there, and that construct can be scaled up a little bit to get a god or something, not too different than an equation. And you even said yourself that an equation could be long and be fine. So it seems like a god would have some sort of attributes that be akin to a long equation. But again, you're assuming a complex god. Maybe it's a very, very simple god.
Yeah, I can see it going either way. I agree with you in that I do not think that simplicity or complexity has any dealing until someone can actually prove it goes in either direction.
Well, sure. I mean, like, to me, there's no proof at all of any type of...
Phileas made a good comment on the text chat on the YouTube. He was saying simplicity isn't always a virtue. If simplicity sacrifices explanatory scope or fit to the data, then it's not virtuous. But he's saying that both of those have full explanatory scope, right? But so it's not sacrificing any explanatory scope, right? But
sure.
But in these examples, the simple option is going to be the more virtuous for both of them. And I'm sorry if I'm not providing whatever justification if you want, but that's how this theory crafting is done.
Well, it seems like the explanatory metric should be the most important as opposed to any simplicity. I just don't, in my mind, there's
no... There was a back button on my mouse. Hold on.
Building is done. There's your justification.
No, it seems that explanatory in terms of our equations, that has explanatory power. There's nothing that we have in terms of a god or something yet, or whatever, or any time where that would have this explanatory power. If he just revealed himself, some god being revealed himself, and then proved that, oh, I can explain everything way better than any equation that's different, I don't see that happening myself. But that's not to say it's out of the realm of possibility. To tell you the truth, I don't think the world needs such a being. But there's just one big, in my mind, I came up with this recently. It's like the biggest steel man for God that I don't think anybody will ever hear. The biggest defense. For for a creator. Because when it comes to our universe, you have three options. Okay, it's either happen by fluke if they're just one universe. Okay, if it happened by fluke, there's one universe that happened with a creator, and then there's like a multiverse, just like let's say infinite universes, right? When it comes to the one universe thing that happened by fluke, to me, that has to, all these things have to align, like all the laws of physics, which are actually, if it's changed by a tiny bit, it would be, there's no way you'd have any even atoms form, let alone life. And that is like, it's the fine-tuning argument, which you've heard, I'm sure, many, many times. But thing is, this fine-tuning is just insane when it comes to taking into account the human being, the fact that you exist. Because in terms of humans, there's 10 to the power of 10,000 different ways you can make a human based on a DNA that is a human. I mean, a DNA structure that is human, right? So you take all the different types of DNA configurations that are human. There's 10 to the power of 10,000, but you're the one that made it into this lottery, right? Out of all the humans that are created, there's been 10 to the power of 100. I mean, sorry, 10 to the power of 11, 100 billion humans that are ever been born. But that's only 10 to the power of 11, right? So 10 to the power of 10,000 is the amount of different humans that could have been made. Like, for example, if you did it again, there's no way you'd create another you. Like, the chance of that is like, I calculated that. It's like winning the lottery, like the Powerball lottery, 1,000 times in a row. But that is...
Let me help you out here some more.
Okay.
Thermodynamic miracles, events with odds against so astronomical they're effectively impossible, like oxygen oh shit, I gotta pop up. Like oxygen spontaneously becoming gold, I long to observe such a thing. And yet in each human coupling, 1,000 million sperm vie for a single egg. Multiply those odds by countless generations against the odds of your ancestors being alive, meeting, siring this precise son, that exact daughter, until your mother loves a man she has every reason to hate. And of that union of the 1,000 million children competing for fertilization, it was you, only you, that emerged to distill so specific a form from that chaos of improbability, like turning air to gold. That is a crowning unlikelihood, the thermodynamic miracle.
Are you reading from somewhere?
And then Dr. Manhattan continues. Yes, because his wife had asked him a question. Yes, anybody in the world. But the world is so full of people, so crowded with these miracles that they become commonplace and we forget. Because she was asking, but me, if that's a thermodynamic miracle, I mean, you could say that about anybody in the world. But yes, anybody in the world. But the world is so full of people, so crowded with these miracles that they become commonplace and we forget. I forget. We gaze continually at the world, and it grows dull in our perceptions. Yet seen from another's vantage point, as if new, it may still take our breath away. Other than that, he's just comforting her there. But that's from The Watchmen. But yeah, we are super unlikely. So what?
Yeah, right. But I mean, it's a lot more than that. Like when I come to this 10 to the power of 10,000 number, that's only if humans. You get to the point of humans. Even to get to the point of humans, you have to have like exact perfect Earth, and then you have to have a human evolution happen again to get humans again, which is like, there's actually a number this one scientist came up with. It's 10 to the power of 2.7 million. If you ran the universe again, you have to run it 10 to the power of 2.7 million times, that many times to get another you, right? So, and that, when it comes to the lottery analogy. Sorry?
How many planets are there?
I mean, on average, one per star, and there's 10 to the power of 23 stars, like 2 trillion galaxies times 100 billion stars or something like that.
Is that enough to have that happen one time?
Sure. No, well, actually...
There you go.
Yeah, but thing is, maybe like 10 times or something. But the point is you existing. Chance of you existing is actually... when I say 10 to the power of 10.7 million, that's actually like winning the Powerball lottery 300,000 times in a row.
But
even winning it 3 times in a row.
Planets for that to happen, right?
Say what?
So there's enough planets for the life to arise, like 10 times with your bad statistics. and then the way that the universe resolved gets us the rest of the way there.
Well, actually, when it comes to running the universe again, to get another situation where atoms conform, let alone planets.
Again, I'm saying that it wouldn't matter at all.
No, it would, because if you ran it again,
the current cosmology,
in order to get another universe. Wait, hold on a second. Oh, even to get atoms again, to get atoms again,
so
you'd have to get past the dark energy.
You have a fundamental state that is recycling the stuff. You would have infinite renditions of the universe, and every possible state would arise. So that wouldn't matter to a lot of people.
Yes, and thing is, this is the multiverse thing. I don't agree with the God concept. Some people would jump on it, but I would say that winning the lottery 300,000 times in a row is very unlikely, and it won't happen on the first universe. But it would happen if you have more than 10 to the power of 2.7 million universes. I think you probably could have infinite universes, and even if you had 10 to the power of 2.7 million and 12, you would have a trillion U's. And like 10 to the power of 5 million would be like an insane number of U's. You could just say infinite U's. But that poses another problem, because now you have infinite U's out there. So it's either you have infinite U's, right? It's either you have a God.
I think that in that the universe is resolving infinitely, every single possible state and action you could take would be taken. Every person you could meet, every person you could harm, every thing that you could be a part of, you would be
every breath you take. I'm sorry, continue.
Every possible breath you could take, every possible death you could have.
Sure. Like that whole space, that whole possibility space, if you will, because I would think there would still be things that are impossible. Like there won't be a universe where you're lifting a building over your head with one hand or something. But I think there's still a certain constrained space within which you would have you would still have to run it that many times if there's only one universe. But if there's many universes, that's fine. And that's how I hold. But you still get to a situation where there's infinite U's, or a God, or it happening by a fluke one time, which is ridiculous. I don't even entertain that. Because winning the lottery 300,000 times is ridiculous.
I don't get what's wrong with infinite U's.
No, I'm not saying
infinite universes without you.
Yeah, no, totally. I mean, I'm saying it's a problem. I don't see there's a problem myself. Some people could say there's a problem.
There's a
but
fundamental state that all this stuff arises from, and it cycles.
Right, but the thing is that implies immortality. Like, for example, if I get into a car accident, there'll be infinite universes where I don't get into a car accident, so I'll never die.
Some people could think that.
Yeah, it seems like, to me, it's interesting because
if that was the case, I can tell you I don't have any knowledge of a prior state like that on my end. So
no, but,
if that was the case, I don't think we would even know, and it wouldn't matter.
No, it would matter because, like that's the only option you have. Remember, you have one universe theory, which again, winning the lottery 300,000 times zero is ridiculous. You don't like that. There's no point even saying like entertaining the thought. So we only have two left.
I would say it would be more like in like DC universe and Marvel universe, they can go to like different dimensions. I'm not saying it would be like different dimensions, but I'm saying that it would be in the way that Spider-Man from one universe doesn't have any of the memories of the Spider-Man from another universe, and
right.
They may look they don't look identical in the movie, but they may look identical, and they may in fact quote unquote be the same person, but they're not the same person in that sense.
Right. And a lot of people would say this, even though, like, for example, with the two choices left, which is a creator that made this, which is obviously, the simplest answer. If you were to not do that and go for the multiverse, what you would get is...
Well, it's not the simplest answer because...
Well, okay, maybe not. Maybe
not. If the creator made this would still be in this state. This stuff would still be happening, even if a creator made this. Like
you're talking about the multiverse?
If I don't know if that's considered multiverse, but if this was the case, where it's more like CCC, where it's CCC, or I guess even multiverse, I think that would still be the case with a god based off of the math.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately there is four
So,
options.
It would
There's
be much more simple to just have a fundamental state, right? That's the point.
well, yeah, but I mean, I agree with you with the fact that when it comes to the multiverse, you can have a god. I mean, if that's where you're going, because so ultimately there's four choices. There's a universe by itself, and then which is one universe, and then a universe that God created, and a multiverse, and then a multiverse that God created. So I think that I would choose option 3, which is a multiverse. But thing is, in this multiverse, you don't necessarily get the Spider-Man thing you're talking about. You actually get exact copies. We're talking about like you listen to my voice on Discord, and everybody listen to my voice. That would have happened infinite amount of times, not only in the future, but in the past.
Well, maybe that's why we get deja vu.
Maybe.
I don't know, and I don't care. I'm just saying that if it was the case, we don't have that prior knowledge. I know I don't have that prior knowledge. It would. I think it would be like the differences in those people. They're the same person, but not in that sense of person.
So you think these copies? Let's say these copies are separated not by time but by space. Like they're happening right now. Infinite copies. Would you say that none of them are you except for this one? Whatever that means. Like this one.
Probably.
So yeah, I kind of. When it comes to our copies, exact copies of you, like for example, you talking on Discord right now, if there's like a million copies, are they all you?
You know, like Futurama clones, when the Doctor clones somebody with all their knowledge.
Yeah.
Or the professor, whatever. Anyways, but he clones somebody with like all their knowledge, but it's not like the same person.
Yeah, but when it comes to yeah, but I think when it comes to that show or whatever, I'm not sure the episode, but like if they went through different kind of experiences, then to me they're different people. But some people would say that if they're having the exact same experience, let's say you listening to my voice, and if it's sitting in front of your laptop or whatever, this like if it happened like a million times, all those million copies are you. Or some people would say that if it happened a million times, then they're separate yous and you have no connection with the other ones, right? It's an interesting philosophical idea because apparently like they even polled philosophers on this. Like half of all philosophers think that like if a copy of you does occur, it is you, full stop. And others say like another half says they're just different yous. For me, it's hard to digest that a copy of me experiencing the exact same thing now is not me. I would say they're all me. They kind of overlap in some sort of like maybe superposition.
Yeah, I would say it's not me.
I would probably say that it kind of goes in some sort of superposition where they overlap each other in some weird way. Because like imagine if you I have this little experiment called like the Russian roulette experiment. Or it's like super Russian roulette, where it's not like you have one bullet in the chamber. You have 5 bullets in the chamber and one empty one. And if you keep on pulling the trigger, you'll always hit the empty one because there's always a universe, and infinite, in fact, that you will actually hit that empty trigger. So you'll always survive. In any situation, if there's a universe where you survive, you'll be there. I don't see why you wouldn't, right? So it implies kind of immortality in that sense. Unless you think that you're not that person, then you're dead. But to me, it seems reasonable to say that, because if you ask that person, they'll be like, "Yeah, I'm Taco, 100%." And they'll speak for days saying that they're Taco, right? So at what point are you going to be like, "Okay, fine, you're Taco," So it's hard for me to digest. But anyways, regardless, like I think that. You get into that whole infinite use problem if you don't want to go for a creator. To say God, there's no creator, therefore you have to go through these trial and errors, and then you'll get with a whole bunch of universes you'll get used, and that's fine. But think about the creator aspect for a second. If there is a creator, wouldn't you say that it kind of simplifies that whole where you don't need infinite use? He created you, he molded you, and then that's it. All the humans that are made Like let's say 100 billion humans, and then the Earth and the universe, just one universe, and then done, right? And to me, there's actually two different ways of looking at this. It's like if you have a creator that is just like an alien race that's really advanced that creates this universe. I don't think that works because you still get to the problem where he'd have to do 10 to the power of 2.7 million universes, to get a U. So you'd still have the same problem of like winning the lottery 300,000 times in a row, right? Which would qualify that number. So then you'd have to have a god that creates you crafted individually, right? Yeah, I think a theist would completely steel man that argument. That's why I think it is the biggest argument for God, that you were created. Because if you were to kind of forego the whole infinite universe thing, I personally don't agree with it. I think theists would jump on that to say, okay, if the chance of you existing is like winning the lottery 300,000 times in a row, the Powerball lottery, like even 3 times is crazy, but 300,000 times in a row, like that's the number we're talking about here. Like it just simplifies it to say there's a creator, right? You probably don't agree.
Kurt in chat actually has a good point. No chance a creator could handle that information load and maintain divine simplicity. Sorry, Amy.
No, it's just a creator is so counterintuitive to me. I know that they feel the exact opposite, and I feel that although I'm putting forward arguments and assertions, I think I could back them up. We are these gods' creators. We know where all of these gods come from. Judaism, Christianity, Islam. There's multiple denominations and offshoots. We have good records of the history of how they were formed and the different religions that they borrowed from to form their own. And so it could be true that there's a God. It's something that is nothing that they've explained and something we may not even have access to. It's so, at least from our vantage point, all of these gods are not true, it could be there's another reality that in which they are necessary. And yet, from my vantage point, if all human minds were to disappear, and then all of our media were to disappear, let's just say the planet blows up, then there goes their gods.
Yeah, in no way do I think the Abrahamic religions are part of this creator notion that I'm talking about. Like very like 0.0 like fucking trillion zeros. Okay, I mean like it's very very unlikely in my mind. If there was some sort of creator, I would think maybe we don't know how that could happen, or maybe we'll never know. But it just seems easier that there is a creator, right?
Well, I think it gives reverence to. Talked about this earlier. We have this notion because we are conscious beings. We want to think that there's something special about consciousness, and yet, if you look at the universe, all of the natural laws just seem to be running independent of a mind. And it would be, in my opinion, weird. It would be the standout thing if there was actually a mind or a conscious agent at the beginning, something complex, not to go back to, I guess, that issue, but at the beginning, then instead of an increasing amount of complexity over time.
Is there an increasing amount of complexity? Like, where does that come in?
Sure. So our minds and our brains are only here because we're multicellular organisms. So consciousness couldn't, as far as I could tell, at least on this earth, couldn't have existed unless we had that symbiotic relationship between mitochondria and what became multicellular organisms.
Yeah, sure. I mean, but all that is fine. Even if there's a creator, they could kind of create the laws of physics such that it will eventually create you.
Sure,
but
why? It just seems the opposite of how at least nature seems to be.
I think, there's many problems with that. I think that in order to kind of foresee your creation from the initial condition of that you're creating, you have to be able to see into the future. And if you do that, then free will goes out the window, because you can't see a future and say that it's free will because there's only one deterministic path there. And
I mean, I'll not only I agree with you, I do not think their God is a conscious organism. To me, consciousness is moving chronologically through time. And if there's a lapse in your consciousness, you go, oh my goodness, I must have been passed out. And so I don't understand what it would even mean to be a conscious organism that is experiencing everything at once at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, when it comes to, is that how you describe God, like a conscious organism that's experiencing everything?
I mean, here's the odd way about explaining God. When you talk about what, in my opinion, is the modern example of a God, the three omnis and stuff like that, yes, I would say that's generally the type of God that we're explaining. But I would also argue a God is 1,000 different concepts too. Whatever different denominations and groups of people. And, some religions will say, well, those aren't true gods. So it depends on the person and the definition. But sure, I mean, yeah.
Yeah, because remember, there is no category God. People have their own definitions. I don't think, there's no way to justify one definition over another. People just go to like the normal tropes, which is like omniscience, and even omniscience itself is contradictory just by its very nature. A perfect example would be a rock that he can't lift, or create a rock he can't lift. Right there, just like omniscience goes out the window. And then you start saying maximal. Now, if you say, okay, it has to be logical kind of omniscience, and then now you're constrained.
I agree with you. I agree with everything you're saying, and it's because they're trying to rationalize this thing into being, and it's because, and I'll continue to make this statement, we created these gods, and they can only do as much as we allow them to have. If you want to say they're omnipotent, boom, they're omnipotent. And why are they omnipotent? Because we said they were omnipotent.
Yeah, you know what the weirdest thing when it comes to this omnipotence is, like I was alluding to before, how they could, they know your future. Everything move you'll make, they'll know. I think it's more of a Calvinist idea. But if they know every single move you're making, then there's no way you could have free will. Some people try to say, oh, you could just put free will in there, just, because he's God, he can do anything. Ultimately, free will depends on a choice, right? If God knows the choice, then it's not a choice anymore. You have to use a different word.
Well, can I make it even worse? And I mean, I'm just borrowing from Carlin, but if you have God has a plan, then how does prayer work? Because if God has thy plan and everything happens according to it, then why are you trying to change his plan? Are you trying to get him to, can you bargain with him?
Right, exactly, to change. The thing is, him knowing the plan makes it so, because he's God, he knows everything, they can't stray away from it. And then it just goes against, it's just right there, the contradiction right there, similar to the making a rock you can't lift, is that free will and his deterministic view of everything, that he knows everything. So there's so many inherent things wrong on the surface logically, right? And then if you're like, okay, fine, these logical kind of contradictions can happen, because I think a lot of people say that God does not contradict himself, so he's confined to this area of logic. But then why stop there and constrain him even more and more and more, right? And then all of a sudden he's not even this maximal God, or even if he is maximal, it's like not that maximal. And then also you have to define what he can actually do. Like, what do you think of when you think of a God? In my mind, I think of like somebody could like teleport all over the place, or could lift things that are like crazy hard to lift, like a planet or something. It's hard to define even in my human brain what a God means, right? So we can't even characterize that. So now you're in the space of just like things you can't even imagine, right? So I think when it comes to these Abrahamic religions trying to characterize this entity, in such a way that's so definitive. It just, to me, it's nonsense. But it's more so not nonsense. Or I mean, it's like you're saying, there's a reason why religions happen based on historical evidence and like political reasons and stuff. I think right there is evidence to say, okay, these Abrahamic gods are just political. I mean, the religion is political nature.
Yeah, there's
and
a few reasons, unfortunately, because I've seen some atheists go to Christianity as what I believe is a reaction to, unfortunately, their views of migration of Islam. But that's not a logical reason to start believing in a God. And so I believe that overall the trend is going to go against religion. I think that eventually we're going to go away from superstition. We're in a very weird place right now because although we have access to information, it is kind of the wild west of information where only a certain amount of percentage of the people know how, I would say, to get valid, sound, and most importantly, credible information. And so it's going to take a little bit for us to adjust to AI, not to call it the enemy, but understand how people manipulate it and how we can use it as a tool. And then hopefully we can get through religion, race. Oh my God, I'd even argue gender and all this stuff, all these problems that really just cloud us down.
Yeah, I think when it comes to like race realism and how that's kind of a taboo, I think we should go towards religion realism, and that should be a taboo. But anyway.
No, I agree. It's to me, and I'll say this, and then I think someone that maybe will disagree. I'll give you your last. But I just want to say, if we were to just stop with the race realism, all that junk, and then if we were to get over religion and all of the superstition, I mean, the joke is we'd go to Mars, but maybe we do a little bit less war too. All sorts of good things.
Yeah, for sure. But I do want to say one thing before I leave because I think it's important.
Yeah.
When it comes to the God thing, because I said it's natural to have, it's easier to have this creator to get rid of this problem of winning the lottery 300,000 times in a row, whatever. I think you still fall into the same problem because God will have to go through all the different ways to create a person to create you. And it's the same selection process of 2.7, 10 to the power 2.7 or even more. You have to land on the you, right? Or even to have a God, all the different iterations of God before, because I said he's arbitrary, it could be any nature. You'd have to have that nature, win the lottery of that nature, and then again, win the lottery of creating another you. So ultimately, you can't get away from the lottery thing, even with a God. See what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
But Mobius, thank you so much for being on with us, and we do this every third Sunday. Keep joining us.
It's usually every first Sunday.
Or is it first Sunday? I'm so sorry.
We just just stuff been going on.
Did Richard not? Is he not doing this anymore? Because I haven't seen him in the past few times.
No.
He did this. Oh, I see. He's still on the server though, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't seen him in a long time though. I don't know what's going on with him. I hope he's
I haven't talked to him. Yeah, I haven't talked to him like a few months, but I think he has a business and he's probably busy with that.
Yeah, he was a trucker, so.
No, he Randolph Richardson.
Yeah.
He owned an IT company.
I know, but he did like the trucking for them too a lot.
So right, yeah. He was always on the road, yeah.
I think it took a second, job worth of time doing trucking for his company.
Yeah, for sure. But Taco, it was nice talking to you again. And Amy, nice talking to you. And I think Soul wants to come up.
Take it easy, man.
Nice talking to you. Good conversation.
Hello.
What's up,
Hello.
Hi.
Hey. So what position do you hold? You're a Christian, right?
Yeah.
Says it stopped sharing the She said, I know it sounds a little crazy. Sounds taboo. Sharing screen again. She's had experiences with God. When
Experience
she's got
God's
to.
power that
Okay.
is in the Bible before. Um,
It said
so
it
that's how
lost
I do believe
audio.
that he is
Can
the
you go into
true.
detail on that?
Yeah, so there was a time where a lot of people they say that this is like a common occurrence with like Christians and stuff, but it actually happened for real. So there was a time in my life where I was very very like kind of sick on like the end of like actually like dying, and I had people come and pray over me and stuff and like help me like get that, and I actually got better from it, and so that helped me understand that like God is like real, because if it wasn't for God I wouldn't be here. So that's how
So
I believe in God.
oh, sorry, Amy.
Well, I appreciate that you are better. That's always, of course, the number one thing. I do want to know maybe a little bit more about what was happening in that situation, if you're okay with that.
Yeah, basically I had like a lot of so I have like a history of family members that could, die of certain things. Like if they got like very sick, like even COVID, if they got sick with COVID, it could kill them. I was a person that if I get sick with anything, there is a chance of that actually happening. And when I got the COVID-19 thing, I kept on getting sick with it over and over again. And I was on the verge of dying, basically, because that's what a lot of
My
like
goodness.
doctors like said, because of the fact that when I was like, because I was when I had COVID, it was so bad that my lungs or like something, when I kept on coughing, would start to bleed. To the point where I would feel like I would,
Like
like,
ammonia?
yeah, it was kind of like that. And for some reason, I would always think that, and I would have to like go. I actually had to go and get everything checked out in the doctor's office because of how bad it was, and I was literally on the verge of like dying. Like it was that bad. So I had to have people pray for me and try to help me and stuff. And when they said something that they said like you know may you get better like tomorrow and stuff, or like may you get better like next day, I actually started getting better. And it was like hope for me, because um and I know like people be like, oh well, it's just COVID, like you're not going to die from that. There's a lot of people like where I live that have died from it. And so when I was getting proof of that and stuff, and like that's how I do know that like God is like there for you, and he is a being that can help you. And I know it sounds funny, and like you might have heard this from like multiple Christians, but that's like my type of proof, because there's been a lot of occurrence with God that I've experienced. Like I have had basically a lot of close death experiences, um, especially like as like an infant, that my mother used to tell me. And she had like a lot of occurrences that she would tell me about, and it helped me believe in God. And especially because I have actually heard God myself with certain stuff. Like a lot of Christians will say like, oh yeah, I've heard God's voice and stuff, but I have really heard.
What does God sound like?
So, okay. So it's
Can you imitate God's voice?
imitate
Oh
God's voice.
goodness. See, I wanted to ask her
I
if
will
it's sexy,
say
but I felt like I'm
I can't
punching
really
down.
do it. I can probably if I could, but like, if I learned how to do it, but like, he seems like a very calm, like person, like a very calm person, because he was like he was so like God was into like Jesus Christ. That's how it is in the Bible. So basically, with it and with all the ways of like what God looks like he sounds like and stuff, I have had occurrences where God have showed himself to me multiple times. And that's how I do believe that he is real. Because I could tell you guys a story about when I actually did hear God's voice and stuff, but I don't want to like take over your guys' time a little bit. You know, like I don't want to do that.
I want to know what God's voice sounded like.
Okay, so what he sounds like is he sounds like so his voice is kind of like monotoned a little bit. He has like a very like low voice, but it's very like comforting. It's kind of like if your father used to, what does it sound like?
I don't know if I should
If
laugh
you
or
had like
cry.
a father that was very kind of like had a deep voice, but it was like in the mid range of like the deep, and it was kind of like soothing, and he would like read you bedtime stories. That's how it sounded like. He basically sounded like
Sounded like her dad. That is what
yeah,
she's
he sounded
telling
like
us.
a father that would like read like bedtime stories and stuff.
So
And
like this. Thermodynamic miracles. Events with odds against so astronomical they're effectively impossible. Just like that.
Yeah, he sounded just like that, but he actually told me to tell somebody scripture, and it was pretty interesting because I have actually had where God have used myself to help somebody through something. Like I have actually had experiences where when I was really, really close to God, and like I'm still really close to God. And I remember there
So
was
you're a prophet.
I wouldn't call
Praise
myself
be.
that.
You're like
I
Mr.
wouldn't.
Batman.
No, I wouldn't call myself that. I wouldn't call myself that. But I've had like
Very
situations
humble.
where it was kind of crazy because I didn't know why this was happening. But basically, I remember I came out of
Because of what
like a
Taco asked
therapy
me a few
session
seconds ago.
because I was in therapy for something else that have happened in my life, but we're not going to go down that road. But basically,
Or
I was in
Titan. What
therapy.
Titan
I was
said.
having like a really, really good day, like so good. Everything was going correct. And I go out and there is a fire's truck and stuff. And I see somebody's vehicle on the side, completely on the side. And I asked them, like, I go over because I'm kind of curious. I'm like, are you, like, what just happened? And there was a guy there. And for some reason, I had to look up, like, something before going over there.
Weirdest Grand Theft
And it was
Auto
like a
trailer
verse
ever.
out of the Bible. And I go over there and I start talking to this guy that's doing the whole thing. And he said that this person was guaranteed dead. Completely guaranteed dead. Like dead at the scene. Completely dead. And for some reason, I heard God say, go over there. And that's the reason why I went over there. And I met this
Good
guy.
reason.
And he says, yeah, like it's pronounced dead, like it's really sad, and like it's really sad for the family and stuff. And he was on a motorcycle. So like when he got hit, it was by like a semi truck and it went boom, you know? So
sorry.
he went flying completely on the curb, smacked, dead. And I read this verse and it was about like, you know, people that, you know, like die and stuff, they have a special place in heaven. And this guy looks at me, he's like, how do you know I had that open? And he looks at me, he's like shocked. He's shocked to non-belief.
100%
And
shocked.
this guy was trying to actually find God, which was like insane to me. And he's like, how did he know that? And he shows
She
me
found her
a
limit right there.
like the verse on his phone. And I was like, oh, you have the exact same verse. That's crazy. And I was shocked because I was just like,
I was shocked.
I pulled up a random verse and it was the exact same verse as his. And I just talked about it. And then he's like, oh yeah.
So just to be clear,
Mhm.
so let's summarize this. So it sounds like you had there was a horrible accident. You had a verse that you had stated to the dude, and then the dude had said, "Oh wow, I was reading that verse on my phone," and then this reinforces your belief somehow.
My notes are a
Yes,
fever
because
dream.
I will tell you something that's crazy, okay? And this is something that I find crazy to this day. But like I don't tell a story. Like when I tell a story, I think it's crazy. Like I'm not trying to like brag about it or try to make it like be like, oh, I'm prophet. No, like I don't think I'm like that. But what I do think is crazy is that I have actually like in a way I do feel like I helped this person that was at the scene, you know, get closer to God because when I started talking about God to him and stuff, he was like, "Oh yeah, like I'm gonna try to like look into God again." Like, I was a Christian, I used to go, but then I got busy, blah blah whatever, and he was just trying to like do all that stuff, and I got him back to God, and I actually was kind of like worried about the dude that got into the accident, and I did like 5 prayers that day in a row.
I realized that
And
she doesn't
when I
have
did
periods.
it was all about the guy
All right.
that was on the
Without a
accident.
period, I don't know if I could ever break
Next
it.
thing you know, I get a call from somebody that I was with, and they say
So you basically converted the dude that was watching
yeah, basically, yeah. It was
because
kind
you
of like,
said a verse.
yeah.
Wow,
Same verse he had.
And it was really cool because like
that's such a low burden of proof.
oh. But listen,
Just like shocked. I'm just shocked that somebody would have been convinced by that.
I get onto like the big like thing, okay? Basically at the car accident, when I was leaving the car accident, I was praying that this person would wake up. That this
She just
person would
put a
wake up, and this guy is
twang on
pronounced dead.
accident?
Okay, I did like 5 or 4 prayers that day, and when I got
There's
into the
no
entire
way this
thing
lady is
and
serious.
just prayed, a couple of days later, this is like 3 days later, and the guy wakes up.
What? Are you writing a
I'm
script?
not. No. I am
this
not.
Jesus, was this guy the risen Jesus?
Yes, he is.
No. But listen. He
And
raised
she's
up.
the
He
prophetess.
raised up from the dead, dude. Like this guy was pronounced dead at
No, we
scene,
believe it.
and he
Was
raised
he in a
up.
coma?
Yeah, he raised up.
So he was just in a coma.
No, like
So
he was like. So I
Like
was
a
like, I was
dead
thinking
coma.
coma. I was thinking coma, but like he was like completely like like knee like complete like line. Like he was dead, dude. Like complete line. And
well, if he
he
woke
woke
up,
up.
obviously he wasn't dead. He would have been in a coma or something, right?
No, but I do believe that is from the grace of God because they did say pronounced dead. And the paramedics there too at the scene
Well, if
said
he woke up, well, either he didn't wake. Did you actually see the guy wake up?
yeah, cause I saw like a photo.
You got into the hospital and you saw this dude that was all destroyed from a wreck
You know what's crazy?
and saw
You know what's
him
actually
wake
crazy?
up from
No, listen.
death.
That's the
Actually, he
crazy
probably
part.
would have been in the morgue, right?
I
Yeah,
have a
that's the
question
crazy
afterwards.
part. Is
Was he
when
in the morgue or was he attached to life support?
No, listen. So in the photo that
What, was
his
he in like
family
one
was
of those
taking,
freezer boxes in a morgue?
no,
Or was he?
no.
Is
He was-
it like the Strain? You know, in the Strain where there's that scene with all the vampire people that were infected and they all like wake up.
See, you were going vampire. This is my question. I just wanted to know. You saw a guy pop up and he was dead. How did you like not know zombies?
no, like listen, like
could go
he
either
was
way.
complete. No, but this is the thing: is that, by the way, like the grace, the grace of God is
I need to
big.
know, was this dude dead in the bed in the hospital for 3 days? Were they just taking him out
Dude,
of space
he
and
was-
rot?
Dude,
Or was
that
he in like
guy was
a body
dead.
bag in a freezer unit in the morgue? Or like what's the situation?
He was literally on life support. Like had
Okay, so he
everything.
wasn't dead.
No, like they were trying to like. So they
Or
were.
maybe he died for a second and they got his heart going.
Yeah, and then they kept on dying, and then he kept on dying and kept on dying.
Well, that's
But he was
They
pronounced dead
kept
at
him
the scene.
alive.
Oh my
But
god.
he was pronounced dead on the scene, though.
She's
Right, but they
saying
brought him
such
back,
horrible
and
things, but
then
laughing.
They kept him alive.
Like, just imagine
And
a
then he woke
guy
up.
get to over and over and over, and she's like, "Wahahaha."
I mean, true, but he could have died completely. So
So it's kind of a happy story if you think about it.
yeah, cause I low key like I like prayed like a ton of times. And, like he woke up from like his like you
His
know
death.
yeah, basically yeah. But like I don't say that I'm a prophet though. Like don't call me prophet ever again. Like I don't think that. But I do.
If you speak
okay.
to God, aren't you a prophet?
Taco,
What?
it's her humbleness that brings her to it.
I know.
I'm just
Like,
thinking she's like Mr. Batman.
no. I'm not like Mr. Batman. Mr. Batman
Just
is
like you're just like Mr. Batman.
She's
Exactly
not
the same.
closeted.
No. No. If I was Mr. Batman, I would be calling people like, you know, the W word on here. But I don't do that, you know?
You'd be doing other things on Grindr too, but we don't talk about that, Mr. Batman. I love you.
But yeah, like
Mr. Batman hates me now. Every time I pop on a channel with him, he like cusses me out or says horrible things about me.
That's
He's very
horrible.
angry at me. Yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Batman used to call me like a lot of stuff. He used to call me like the W word and be like, "You're like a dirty W word of Babylon." I'm like, "Okay, thank you." And I'll just skip, you know.
That's weird.
Yeah. But
All right, so I've got an argument for you.
yeah.
Is God a necessary being?
Is my God a necessary being?
Yeah, I'm not sure which branch of Christianity you are from any of that, but is it a necessary being?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so
She got
do
all
believe
super
it's
serious.
necessary, and I don't. And listen. I'm the type of
Well, it
Christian to say
lasted
like
3
a lot of
seconds, never
things
mind.
that even if you're, you know, atheist, even if you're, you know, any of this, there is like this is the thing is I don't believe in trying to convince anybody to be a Christian because to be a Christian you have to understand stuff and you have to understand this, but I'm not gonna ever like push somebody's like my beliefs and then push somebody else towards those beliefs, you know, if it's something that's like, you know, like that. But in that one story about like the accident, that guy too, I do believe that was God telling me to go preach that to somebody that was trying to look for him. So I do think in that case it was meant to, because if you hear that voice you're supposed to go and do that stuff. So I did. But I I would never say that an atheist person or anybody, especially like on your channel, none of those people are gonna go like to hell. I don't believe that. I really don't. I
Well,
really think that
just from reading the chat, I don't think any of the testimony has been convincing. Just so you know, but
we
not to put
appreciate
down your
you
story
being
or
nice.
anything, but it
Yes.
just doesn't seem very convincing from what I'm reading in chat and from
no, like I
right?
understand if it's not
um,
convincing.
So
I just
premise one, necessarily, if God exists necessarily.
what do you mean by that?
If God exists, it has to be a necessary being. It can't be a brute fact or an infinite regress, and it would be a necessary being if it existed.
Like a necessary being to like help you, or like a
No,
necessary
it can't
like,
fail to exist. It would be the fundamental existence.
I kind of don't understand that question. I'm sorry. I've
Okay,
never
never
asked this
mind.
question before.
Yeah, we're not gonna get into the argument then.
See, in some ways, it's almost sweeter. I mean, because their arguments, all these contingencies and necessary. These are people that are just conniving and trying to make arguments to convince us. But
Yeah.
Bella over here, she's just trying to explain people rising from the dead.
Right. I'm with you.
Yeah, and by the way, like I do think that even you guys, I believe that people, like if you guys are looking for people to like convince you and stuff, I don't think that would be me necessarily, because I do like to explain stories to like explain stuff. But if it's not convincing and stuff, I do understand. But
Well, can I
I
comment
just
on that? It's interesting that you say that, because I used to teach that just presenting data is often not convincing as compared to when we actually create a story and have some sort of emotional tie. So I appreciate that about what you're saying. Let me separate out two things, because the end point you said was very sweet, and I appreciate that. If there's two versions of theist, the people that I want to live on the planet with are the people that don't want to force their beliefs on other people. I don't want to live with the theocratic police state theists that are going to impose their beliefs on everyone. But then I guess I would separate that out from, I think that Taco and myself, we have very high bars on miracles, on communication with God. I would say people throughout the ages have said they have spoken with God, and it has been much easier for people to claim that they speak with God than to actually get some sort of instrument out there and get him to talk with the skeptics, the non-believers. And so it's both of those things. We're not convinced, but you seem like a fantastic person.
Thank you. I just don't want to come on here and, like tell you guys that you guys are like, because I'm not that type of Christian. Because I've been Christian my entire life, and I've been taught that, in Christianity, you should not go around talking about your beliefs in a vulgar way. So like I would never come and like talk about my beliefs in a vulgar way to you and be like,
Sure.
you're going to
Can
hell.
I tell you why he talks like that? Like, I make fun, but he is he's an ex-gay man. The reason he treats you with disrespect is because he has no value, because he has no game with women. So he doesn't mind treating you with horrible disrespect, because
I don't know how true that is.
He is.
Every time I bring up that he used to be gay, he says he used to be happy.
No, he is. He's a former.
Was he just saying that his only time being happy was?
Rephrase that.
Wait a minute. Is he? Wait, I thought he was saying. I thought he was using the other usage of gay, which was older, which was happy. But are you saying that Mr. Batman
Mr.
wasn't
Batman.
doing that, and he was saying that he was only happy while he was gay?
That must be what he said, because he is a former homosexual. He will say that he is no longer a homosexual, or now if you question him about it, he'll try to change the topic. But I don't like the way that he treats women, and it doesn't surprise me in the way that he treats other women, because he's got no skin in that game.
I still think Mr. Batman is pretty great, even with his bad side.
Oh no! Well, I mean, there is some actually there, and there's a double.
There's a
If I
character
just
there.
may say,
And a dark
presuppositionalist,
backstory.
theistic presuppositionalists. It's like they have a manual, and on the manual, it doesn't say presuppositionalism. It says how to be an asshole 101, and you get through that. And then you're allowed to argue presuppositionalism. But there is some weird notion that, comes with assuming God, that you have to kind of berate everyone else. Sending love, presups. I'm sending so much love. I'm sorry, I was presupposed to think of you that way.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I would just say, look at the trees, right?
Look at the trees.
You're rejecting the self-evident truth of our shared naturalistic, atheistic reality that's been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation in an undeniable way. When you say things like, you heard God speak in your brain, right? Because it very well could have just been your brain. What if it
I
was
do
just your
understand.
brain all along, and you've fallen into this Christian thing because your brain played a funny trick on you because of either your upbringing or a desire that you had. Maybe you were trying to find God or whatever, and this happened, and then your brain convinced you of this.
I mean, I do understand, but it's kind of like from my own experience.
Did you see how easy it was for me to imitate God's voice? I'm basically the voice of God. You.
I mean, I see it. Guess I should say I hear it. But it looks like Taco's inviting Noted up.
Yeah, I would love to have Noted up. Do you have anything else, Bella, or was that everything you wanted to
or
share?
a final thought?
I just hope you guys have a good rest of your day, and yeah.
You too.
Have a nice day.
Thank you. You too. Good conversation. Thank you for the stories.
Noted. You should come up, bud. Come chat with us. Noted is the guy who had. Did you see the short I made of him saying "I love you, man" with Mathematician, and Mathematician was fucking with him, and no, he's "I love you, man," and then Noted's well, I don't love you like that, man, but and then it went on for 30 minutes.
That's funny.
It was amazing. I got a video on it. It's so funny. It's so great. Noted's the best.
Yes, yeah, and I like Mathematician.
Yeah, Noted is the best.
Oops,
maybe Ernest wants to come up.
now.
He's Teodoro. He rebranded though. Now he's a talking cat.
Ooh. Okay. I like talking cats. Well, I like all cats.
I think that's a cat. Is that a talking cat?
Not quite, but close to it.
Gotcha. What's up, dude? You were on Planet Peterson's. You put your debate on his channel.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm honored.
So a lot of people know who you are now.
Let's go. The brand is spreading.
Right?
Yeah, I'm in the middle of working on installing permanent lighting, so apologies if I have to like run off to do something.
Gotcha.
But
You
yeah,
climbing on roofs today?
not on roofs, but on ladders,
Ah, gotcha.
all that good
Gotcha.
stuff. Any
So
topics in particular?
I'm not sure. Has your theistic position been changing at all since we started talking like a month and a half or 2 months ago, whenever that was?
I mean, I'm not as convinced of the whole fine tuning at this point. I still think, oh my God, I still think it has some potential, but not what I used to think before. But overall, I'm still a convinced theist.
So what's your position changed to, or where's it at right now, I guess?
I give much more merit to arguments like, you know, if you shoot enough universes, eventually you will hit life, or eventually you will hit the universe like ours. So the probabilistic version of how it all came about sounds pretty sensible.
Gotcha. And so you probably also, are you claiming a brute fact now instead of a necessary being then, since you're granting possible worlds?
I wouldn't say I'm granting possible worlds. I just see your position as reasonable to hold. I wouldn't be able to like disagree as hard with it now. I still do
So
hold
you're
God as
still
a
claiming a
necessary being, though.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for shit, what's your name? Ernest, Amy?
Well, I guess you said that you were no longer getting convinced by fine tuning. I mean, I think there are multiple ways in which, if a god wanted to fine tune the universe, they could make it more susceptible for life being able to arrive here. You could make habitable zones that were giant. And so, what are arguments that still kind of convince you?
So I should clarify. I'm not like unconvinced of fine tuning. I just give it less merit at this point. I still am convinced of it, but less.
Gotcha. Hey, that's
Right.
okay. I'll take less.
Yeah. Do you want to go and talk about like what better ways to fine tune the universe there are potentially?
Sure. I mean, if so far there's only one example of life in the universe that we know of, and it seems to be a vast universe. And so it could be that God needed to make such a big universe so that Earth could exist, but it seems impractical to make all these solar systems, all these galaxies. And so if you wanted to, currently, let me step back. Currently, there's 3 planets within this solar system's habitable zone, and that is Mars, Venus, and Earth. Venus has a runaway greenhouse effect that generally makes it hotter, even though there is a closer planet to the sun. And then Mars is cold. It's seemingly the atmosphere has seemed to dissipate, but there might have been life there. Might actually still be life there if we can one day detect it. But right now, it's just us chilling here on Earth. And so, what about life even existing makes it? I don't know. What's really your push in the fine tuning argument?
I mean, the way I go about fine tuning in general isn't like the constants are so great because they're the way they are. If they would be like slightly different, we would all fall. It's more about why are there constants at all? Why does it make sense? Why do we have this comprehensible, you know, reality that we can describe and make sense of and predict? I guess it's more of an intelligibility argument than fine tuning.
Sure, and I could say, without a doubt, what makes this universe intelligible is our brains and our mind generating a mechanism that we call consciousness.
Right. And isn't it remarkable that the naturalistic, atheistic universe developed this mechanism of mind that is capable of understanding it for no teleological reason whatsoever?
Oh, see, and there is where I think I disagree. It developed it for a specific reason. It developed it because plants conquered the earth. and they became one of the most successful mechanisms to create food on the planet. And there was a response. Only 2 niches were left. Fungi, which inject their stomach acid onto things, and us, which put food into our mouths. We are a reaction to plants. And everything flows from plants. Even if you're a predator, the herbivores are eating the plants.
Yeah, that is fair to say. But do you not think that the very mechanism of plants coming about and life coming from non-life, the biogenesis itself, is remarkable?
So I agree, remarkable, but not supernatural.
What would be more than remarkable? Like, what would be supernatural? At what point do we see it? Whoa, that's too much special.
Well, I'll give you an example, which never happens, and yet at least it would be a step in the right direction. A breaking of physics. These prophets never seem to come down. These miracle makers, these physics breakers, they're nowhere to be seen.
So, like, a person performing a miracle would be supernatural.
At least it would be, by their definition, a breaking of physics. And we might not be able to explain it. Maybe there will be a day when we will. But at least it's an example of something that defies the natural order. We never get that. What we get is, and I feel bad. We probably should have addressed her. If she came back in following episodes, near-death experiences. We get people who say they talk to demons, but we can never talk with the demons, or angels, or, we get all sorts of things that are almost impossible to investigate and almost most certainly personal.
So the issue I see with that, like, if a person comes there and shows us a miracle, breaks laws of physics, all we would probably say is that, well, perhaps there's perhaps there's a principle of reality that we haven't known about before. Now it's just discovered. Now we have something new to work with. So every time something pops up, like a miracle or a biogenesis, like, for example, people had no idea about the germ theory of disease. And to a lot of people at the time, it probably seemed miraculous that this was the case.
But can I pause you? Because I see where this is going. Isn't that really an argument in our direction? Because what you're saying is really, well, even if someone wrote in the sky, because we get this a lot, God exists, and the stars align together, you're just going to come up with an explanation that says, hey, what if it was aliens and they have technology that's able to do it? And I would answer that with exactly. Because what happens almost always is we don't know what is going on. We find out more information through investigation, and then we have a naturalistic answer. And that is what has happened 100% of the time. And so, unfortunately, Taco and I have to sit here, and people can come up to us and say, well, maybe on the 1879th time, it is going to be God. And we have to say, yeah, I guess, sure, bring it to us. And yet, all day, every day, it has not been God.
That is actually a great point. But then I will have to ask, like, how do we tell a miracle from something that can be naturally explained?
I mean, that is why I would say the concept kind of drives me maddening, because it is, I don't want to say self-refuting, and yet the best technology that we have, which is empirical evidence, which is really just us trying to prove each other wrong, is the only methodology that we're going to have to come across. I am not a fan of faith. And I have found in a lot of these religions, they always have one or two stories where there's people like us. There's a skeptic. They ask for some sort of empirical evidence, And lo and behold, either one or two things happen. They actually get the empirical evidence, in many of the stories they do, or they try and make this difference sell. Don't you know how holy it is to actually believe it without the evidence? Oh, that's the most humble, the most virtuous. And it's like, yeah, but I mean, you could also show me, show you, show everybody.
Good point. I'm assuming you're referring to the Doubting Thomas story.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
there's always going to be someone who's going to be skeptical, and they often use this as kind of a bolstering, as there was a skeptic, and look, he was fulfilled. He actually got evidence, and it's like, great. There's just a few more of us. Come on down.
Yeah, that's a really good point, and I
Well,
guess
that
trying
story
to.
is a literary thing to show, like, oh, you should accept Christianity because this guy had the evidence. Christianity doesn't actually have anything like that outside of the claims in the Bible, right? It's just bolstering the story on their end, right? You see all sorts of stuff that's used to trick them to fall into the faith.
So, Taco, do you believe that Bible is wholly like a story, a fantasy, or is it at all like a historical source in any way?
I'm not sure. There's people and places that existed. Most of the dates are off. Many people in the Bible didn't exist, both in the Old and the New Testament. I don't know. I think it's like a mythological telling of events with fiction. It's like a mix of fiction and fact, right?
So it's like grounded in a kind of a real story, but then they added a bunch of stuff to it.
Spider-Man's in New York, right?
Oh, so it's a fantasy story that is based on a real place.
There might be some stuff that happened, and like it could have events told, like the movie Troy tells about an event that happened. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yesterday I believe Kurt spoke to someone, and he said that the Old Testament is an allegory about the Jews escaping, Mesopotamia. But because they couldn't write bad things about Mesopotamia, they switched it for Egypt. I thought that made a lot of sense.
I mean, a lot of the history is kind of ironic. Their hatred of the Canaanites comes most likely from the fact that Jews were a break-off branch of the Canaanites, and they just were a branch that chose El as their main god, and hence became Judaism.
Yeah. What do you think about the origins of Yahweh as a deity? Do you believe it was a storm god? Do you believe it was something unique?
No, I mean that's
he was an ancient Levantine war god.
And I mean, I understand.
He was a part of a pantheon.
Here's the problem: is that he's a brutal god, okay? But to blame the Jews now and be like, well, they stoned gays, I would say not to blame them, because most of the Jews are liberals. They ignore it. They just try, which is, in my opinion, what most theists do. They are cafeteria theists. They choose, they have their own moral system. They go, I don't want to kill, I don't like to steal, I don't like to murder. And then they go through their Bible and they go, look, it says don't kill, and it says don't steal, and it says don't do, and then it says, well, it says don't eat shellfish over here, and it says stone gays over here. And they say, whatever, and they ignore those passages because I believe their morality comes not from the Bible, but they are already good people.
Mm-hmm. So I believe a lot of people make the distinction of like, well, the shellfish and the not wear two fabric is a ceremonial law. And ceremonial laws do not apply anymore. And then the laws.
Can I pause you? Oh, I agree, because there's a million ways you can cut it. First of all, it is another deep irony. The Jews, for thousands of years, it was frowned upon to write the Torah down. It was supposed to be oral tradition, and then there was a burning, a massive burning of one of their temples. And from the burning of that temple, they congregated and they said, all right, we need to write this down. And after that, they started writing things down. In my opinion, you get the birth of fundamentalism. Because when it's an oral tradition, you can change it from storyteller to storyteller. Once it's written, you get these people that, I mean, it's like the same thing that I do with Marvel and DC. You go, oh no, I'm sorry, it's canon. It says it so. Actually, in chapter 4, verse 7, blah, 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 blah. And so it creates this morality and system that now is stuck for thousands of years because people say, well, the text says it, it's holy, God doesn't change, and here we are. And so, yes. It only changes through denomination and reformation. You know, Sunni and Shia have disagreements, and so you have a split. Sometimes you have a reformation. People say that we want a more liberal version or more version that's humanistic. But, yeah.
Yeah, it's fair to say that religion is largely an individual thing. Like, for example, you can have an argument that, well, the Exodus didn't actually happen. It was either small scale or didn't happen at all. And there will be like fundamentalist Christians that will just leave the faith because of it. Yeah, it ruins it for them entirely. And then there are people that have more of a, I don't know, academic mindset, like, for example, Dale Allison, who is a Christian, and they'll be fine with it. So it's, at some point, it's even difficult to make an argument against a Christian because the faith means so different for different people.
And I mean, the complaint that we make on the skeptic side is, you know, the Christian on the right side of you in the pew and the Christian on the left side of you on the pew probably has a completely different version of Christianity than you.
Yeah, almost certainly. Unless you belong to like an Orthodox or Catholic church, you would have vast differences in understanding.
Yep, and that's...
Yeah. By the way, every time I drill, do you hear the screwdriver working?
I don't. Maybe now that you say something, I don't.
I mean, because from time to time it's like, I apologize if there's noise.
But I will say, because we do have someone down below, and we're kind of coming to an agreement. Do you have a last point that you would like to make, Ernest?
No. I think it was a good discussion, and I will think about the things you said about miracles in general, like how to understand whether something is a miracle or can it be explained. I thought that was a really good point, actually. But yeah,
welcome
good
to
discussion.
atheism, brother. It's good to have you.
It was a good conversation.
Second Pentaco. Yeah, have a good day.
Take it easy, Ernest. Then we've got Reverse Camus. Oh, he's server muted. Looks like he got in trouble.
Naughty boy.
All right, I unmuted you. Don't drop any slurs or anything there.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. When I try and create a JTC, it just says that I'm muted and it won't let me do anything. And
I don't know, dude.
Yeah, some rooms I go in, I'm muted. Other ones I'm
we
not.
We don't need to talk about that here. What's going on?
Okay. I mean, the only thing I can think of is I found one thing that I thought was pretty weird, but that frickin' the Hindus do. Yeah, they have like a
weird trick.
Yeah.
Trying to understand where this is going.
Yeah, they got like different cleansing rituals. Like one, basically, you put a wax string up through your nostril. You pull it out of your mouth, like you floss in between the little cavities there. And apparently, that's just supposed to cleanse something or like cleanse the chakras. I don't know, but they have a whole system. It's called a Shat Karma.
Are you saying they stuck a ring up their nose and then pulled it out the other side?
I've never seen anyone pull a ring out that way. Just a wax string. Or I haven't even seen that, but according to
Wax string.
Wikipedia, yeah, according to Wikipedia, that's what they do. But they have an entire system. Like they also have a cloth that they put down their throat, and it goes down to their stomach, and they like churn their stomach muscles in order to cleanse more. I don't know, and
This
they
sounds
also
weird.
yeah. The people who I read about who were in India and did this kind of stuff, they had that happen to them, and I don't know if it made them believe more or less, but it sure seemed inconvenient.
I prefer fiber, but we all got our thing.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to any of this. This was unexpected.
I know. I don't know.
Yeah. And they got one more where they got a pipe. You stick it right up your rectum.
I knew it. Okay, it was a build-up. Like, the other two were so vague. You could have got to that, like, okay, I get it now.
Mm-hmm.
It was...
Yeah, you stick it right up there, and it says you pulse your muscles to bring...
control.
Kinda.
Reverse Camus is very serious. Continue with your weird explanation.
Yeah, so you stick the pipe right up there, and you pulse your muscles to bring water up there in order to clean your soul. And I guess your root chakra. I don't know.
Did you say cleaning your butt is your fruit chakra?
That's either like your sacral or root chakra.
A root chakra, okay.
Yeah. I don't know. I guess there's something connected between the physical and the spiritual realm there. If you just stick a pipe up there and clean it,
sounds painful.
Sounds like a
maybe.
good weekend to me.
Depends on how big the pipe is. Does not say how big the pipe is.
Oh boy!
But I wouldn't be surprised if they sold them.
You're saying you wouldn't be surprised if they sold butt cleaning pipes?
Yeah. I mean, India, it's probably more common. I don't know.
You laugh. I feel like I have a new business model already.
But
interesting. Okay.
Yeah. But I don't know. If you're having trouble with the God thing, maybe you need to cleanse your chakras. If you believe in the scientific method.
Oh, that's where this is all going?
I thought it was going towards butt stuff, but if it ends up in chakras, I mean, that also works.
This is where this was all going?
Yeah, I couldn't really think of anything else to really say. Usually when there's more people on here, the conversation flows a bit better.
So you think that the problem... You think that
Flow
the
is the
reason
right
that
word.
we're atheists, our problem is that we have too much poop in our butt?
Yeah, you need to clean that right up. Clean your colon right up.
He's on to something.
I don't even have a response. It's so dumb.
It sounds like you're blowing smoke up our ass, or you want us to. One or the other.
He wants to shoot water up our butts.
Yeah, do it. If you really want to believe in the God
but
thing.
You want to do it yourself? That's nice of you. Whew.
Um,
I know. Is there any non-butt way to clean your chakra, or is it only butt stuff?
I'm sure that there's other ways, like asking God itself to clear them for you.
I like how that sounded like
doing
the
mantras.
afterthought. Yeah, there's probably non-butt stuff.
Yeah, if you want to get that
Why would
specific
you wanna
root
do that?
chakra clean, you got to stick that thing
Got it?
right up there.
Yo, seriously, you should be at Pride. You should just be marketing that. Dude, there's a religion for you.
Mm-hmm.
Are you telling us from experience? Camus?
No, I am not.
You're
the
not?
God thing's been
How
the
could
God thing's been proved to me, so I don't need to stick anything up my butt anymore.
anymore.
I mean, ever.
I know it's okay. We're all friends here.
Mhm.
Whew.
Interesting.
Yeah,
I
just
actually have
I
a-
thought.
I want to hook you up with a girl who has seen men just come alive just recently near fire trucks. Like Taco, we got to hook him up with the girl that was just on here a little bit ago.
Oh yeah. Have Bella talk to him about. Maybe they could make a business model out of like resurrecting people through.
You call it resurrection and
pipes.
butt stuff.
Through butt pipes.
The one and only way to prove God.
Yeah. I mean, it's certainly the most extreme.
Oh, my friend Mr. Batman is in the audience. I
Is that
invited him
really
up.
Mr. Batman?
Yeah, we've been good friends for a long time now.
I bet you have.
I've
But
known
yeah.
Mr. Batman for like 4 years or 5 years.
It's weird. Hold on. This grinder app on my fucking phone is going off. That's weird. Anytime Mr. Batman enters. I'm just teasing, Mr. Batman. I love you.
Interesting. Mr. Batman,
Good times.
you're welcome to join. I invited you up.
We're talking about butt stuff and God. So you should be
Yeah.
quite familiar. Hi, baby girl.
Apparently, it's the only way to find God. Because logic and reason won't do it.
Yep, logic and reason are a dead end.
That stuff's for pussies. And I'll remind you, we need butts. Oh, God, what is life
Mr.
anymore?
Batman knows all about that, according to you.
Taco's like, allegedly. No, he has a wife now.
I think Mr. Batman is my favorite internet apologist. He has the most coherent arguments, and he has great responses to people, and he even laughs like the Joker.
He's warm and friendly, never insulting. He's a good guy. Just like Gary.
Mr. Batman, Batman has the best smile. What's up, Mr. Batman?
Hi, Mr. Batman. Is that you?
No.
Oh, we can't hear him.
He's a shy Mr. Batman.
How are you doing? And lovely day.
You're a little
You having
laggy,
a good day?
We're having a good day.
Yeah, my internet sucks, unfortunately, and so I gotta look for another provider. But other than that, doing great.
Oh, glad
The
to hear
king
that.
has been good to me.
Did you have a good move? Was all the move and everything good for you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Your move that you did, has everything been working out well for you?
Better than I could have ever hoped for, sir. And again, I wouldn't expect anything less because my king has made it all happen.
I just like it when you say you got a king.
So
I do. We
are
all
you
do.
are you submissive to your king?
Have a nice day, sir.
See?
You too.
Yeah, not a fan of them having lords either. I'd like to see
Yeah, I
they have
mean
a
they
lord.
already know.
Well, the
no
word
gods
Lord
exist.
is a tetragrammaton. The word Lord is a tetragrammaton. Is Yod
Four.
He Vav He, which is behold the hand, behold the nail. This is Yeshua Jesus. That's Yahweh.
Not a big fan of being nailed to crosses.
Irrelevant.
Not really, because I'm not a big fan of sacrificial logic. I think it's evil.
Okay.
Like,
Coming from somebody who whacked their genitalia off.
see, I was waiting. You had like a little meter. I was waiting when you bring up being transgender. But yeah, it is coming
Not
from
bringing up being
someone.
transgender, sir. I'm actually pointing out
Why
that
is that, baby
you
girl?
are lying to yourself about very, very true statements that you were created to be a man. And it's not my problem that you don't like that, sir.
Sure,
Hey, let's
but
avoid
no,
the misgendering
and
stuff.
no, because
Would
this is
would you
what
like
he.
to
This
would you
is
like to
his
have a
entire
conversation,
shtick.
sir? Because if
We
you
have
like,
a-
I can have a conversation with you. But I'm not
Okay,
going
I
to come
guess
down
Amy
to
wants
your
to
level
deal.
of mental
Amy, just to confirm, do you want to have that
instability.
conversation with Mr.
So
Batman?
what I will say, and I will say,
Well,
we have
I'm
a,
sorry,
we have a
Mr. Newman doesn't
long-running
like
joke.
talking to somebody who knows
No.
reality.
We have a long-running
Matter, Mr.
joke.
Newman, are
Can
you
I
starting to grow a
speak?
pair or something, Skippy?
Mr. Batman,
You just have to cut him off
calm
again.
down. Please stop getting him. It's okay. It's gonna be okay. Anyway,
I'm just asking,
we have
sir.
a
Do you have a
long-running
problem with having a
joke.
conversation?
We have a
Amy, are you
long-running
sure you
joke.
want to have this conversation with Mr. Batman?
Mr. Newman, are you sure you want to have this conversation with a real man, Mr.
A
Newman?
real man is the person who tucks you
Mr.
into
Newman,
bed
do
at
you want to
night.
have a conversation with a
But
real
Mr.
man so you can maybe
Batman,
figure out what you
Mr.
lost out
Batman, you
of?
can't even let me.
Mr. Newman.
But do you notice, Taco?
No,
This is what
sir, it's
happens
not.
every
Don't lie to
time.
me, you sorry
Taco,
sack of
this is
crap.
what happens every time. I want to defend them being
What
on,
an
and I'll
idiot.
continue defending him being on. But he won't even let me get out the single sentence that is, I'm okay with him being on. We have a running joke on our channel, which is sir, 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 sir. That's all he does to me. I don't care because it gives me free reign to make fun of his religion. He was so emotional, so triggered, that he would not even give you the you couldn't even accept the permission, Taco, for me to have the conversation. And this is what always happens, is that I wanted to point out his God, Jesus, is objectively dead. All right? There is no man who lives for 2,000 years. It doesn't matter what religion, it doesn't matter who they are, the human body, which has moving parts, breaks down. And so, again, my baby girl, my sweetie pie, Mr. Batman, I still love you. I don't mind that you are, again, a closeted homosexual. I just want to have conversations with you about God. You could call me sir. I think you should call me daddy. Anyway, back to you, Taco. I think he left. He kicked her.
Yeah,
Who knows
he
what happened?
left.
He left. Okay.
He just don't like being told that that's TOS. I'm pretty sure that's server TOS, but I'm pretty sure that's actually Discord TOS too. So
they just can't defend their own God. He's a precept. He is just as annoying. Like, I wish I could sit here and be like, oh, dear me. But you know him. He's like this to everyone. He was as nice to me as he is to everyone. And so the transgender thing is actually an aside. Just like he calls as much as that nice lady who probably needs to be on our good friend Lithium. Like, she was sweet, and I bet you that Mr. Batman treats her like a terrible human being because he is a terrible human being, and he's got a lot going on there. And again, I'm armchair psychologizing. That's not my background. But Taco, isn't this what happens every time we have a conversation? And that not every time with every theist, But I mean, this is what happens every time when they bring up being transgender. I feel like it's not me who can handle the conversation. They lose their shit.
It's just a pigeon shitting on the chessboard maneuver.
Exactly. As it's almost like, let's not even have we were having a debate about theism. Why don't we just basically end the conversation and talk about, insert identity politics, which they say again is what generally my life is focused on and all I care about, and yada yada yada. Anyway, this is a great timeline. I'm just waiting 3.5 years, Taco, and I really do think, I'm hoping the political fires are going to be calmer and everyone's politics is going to go back to being boring. Please, please, please.
The atheist uprising is going to take over.
I'm hoping. I do think
MacGruber here
overall,
is a new representative of the atheist uprising.
Huh.
What's up, MacGruber?
Welcome, welcome.
He became an atheist recently.
Davegar, that's funny. Yeah, I can understand.
And he said it was all because of me.
What's up, GSM? What's up, everyone?
It was all because of Greg Bonson and PMARS.
Well, I can understand why listening to PMARS be a theist would make you want to be an atheist, if I'm honest with you.
So they both stole worldview body doubles of my worldview, so that is ultimately because of me. But tell us more about how I deconverted you.
Well, if Greg Bonson, so Greg Bonson is the successor to Van Til. Agreed?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. So if Greg Bonson never actually defends his assertion that God is necessary for intelligibility, then we can assume that Van Til never does because Greg Bonson would have laid it out. Correct?
That's possible.
I just noticed I was eating on the microphone. I love you all.
I mean,
I'm so sorry.
I'm not saying necessarily true, but I'm saying likely, right? If he's the successor to Van Til, then and Greg Bonson never lays out a case, then it's probable that Van Til himself never laid out a case.
Yeah,
I agree, Davegar. I just mean, the one who shall not be named is pouring gasoline on politics.
Was Van Til's
But sure, I agree.
Again,
You're right,
he
I am
very
notoriously sloppy.
There you go. So PMARS, I was arguing with PNR atheists, and they said, give us an argument for premise one of the tag. And then PMARS was DMing me a big long, multi-paragraph premise, argument for precept. And then I lorded it over the PNR atheists for a while, and then finally Floyd FP got around to reading it, and he's like, "Yeah, premise 2 is wrong, premise 3 is wrong, premise 5 is bullshit." And I instead of just lording it over the PNR atheists, I actually read it with a critical eye, and yeah, I saw 3 of the 6 premises were complete bullshit. Therefore, precept is wrong. And if precept isn't true, then the whole thing falls apart, because precept is the only argument that really proves or attempts to prove the existence of God. All the other ones are just, the evidence shows X, Y, Z.
And precept definitely doesn't prove a God, so welcome to the team.
How exactly did you fall into the precepts? Were you just arguing with Darth or something?
That's right. So I realized through arguing with Darth that I had no basis for intelligibility to criticize the Bible.
And can I tell you why?
So have you solved that problem yet?
Taco.
What? No, I haven't solved that problem. I think that atheists really don't have a model for intelligibility. But that doesn't mean that Christianity is true.
So you're saying intelligibility exists with or without Christianity, but you're not sure how, and you don't care how.
Well, I do care how, because the only way that atheism can be a viable worldview is if they can have a model for intelligibility.
And I can tell you how. We have intelligibility through our brains and our minds. The world is understandable because we are generating a mechanism that we identify as consciousness.
That's just an arbitrary declaration.
Why? I would not say it's arbitrary because
So
it's
what's
literally the
God-
mechanism by which we are able to understand the universe.
What's the God model for intelligibility?
That God is a mind that fills claims up with truth.
How is that not arbitrary? Our minds are actually real. You're just pointing
It
to a
is
mind that
arbitrary.
doesn't
It is
exist.
arbitrary.
So if you're just saying that our senses, so if somebody just said our sense, so we've got Big Bang, space ping pong, or stuff cools, forms atoms, space ping pong, and then we get to Earth, abiogenesis into evolution, our senses develop, our reasoning develops, and we're able to interpret the world. That would be a story akin to like what you're talking about there. And so like when it comes to like a truth claim, we determine something is seemingly true if it appears to cohere with reality. So if a cat is on a mat, that statement is true if the cat is on the mat, right? So that's like how well it coheres with reality. Or not how well, but does it cohere with reality?
But you have no way of confirming that the cat is on the mat without begging the question.
It's induction.
You have no way to ground induction.
You're referencing the world around you. It's your senses, and then you do induction from there.
You have no grounding for induction. Only the Christians seem to have a model for that.
You do. It's one of the methods that we use for reasoning.
Uh-huh. Okay.
I explained to you
can
how
I-
that arose.
Can I actually give you an example?
I provided you the explanation of how and why it exists and how we use it. Which is actually a much more coherent explanation than the one that you said, that this God thing exists and it fills our brains with truth.
I didn't say that. It fills claims up with truth.
Well,
exactly my point. But anyways,
can I ask
you get what I'm saying?
What do you mean by
What you're saying is arbitrary declarations that have no grounding.
But what do you mean by it? Can you define intelligibility for me? In your definition,
You know what it is. We don't need to.
It wasn't supposed to be a trap. Capable of being understood or heard distinctly. Can we agree with that?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
So it's not arbitrary then that when I say that it is our consciousness generated from a mind and a brain using sensory tools like our ears to
I understand that's the mechanistic aspect of intelligibility, yes. But you have no way of grounding it ontologically.
But Gruber, if you do you think that the sun is going to rise tomorrow?
Do I think so? Yeah, I think so.
Why do you think the sun is going to rise tomorrow?
Because I understand orbital mechanics. Okay.
So you don't think the sun's going to supernova tomorrow?
It's unlikely, but I guess I don't know. I guess I don't know, but I'm very confident it won't.
You don't think the universe is just going to poof tomorrow, right?
Again, I guess I don't know, but I am very confident that it won't. Okay.
Why are you very confident that it won't poof tomorrow?
Because I understand the work that scientists have done to understand the universe, and that seems to be billions of billions of billions of years away.
So it seems to be the case that the universe is the grounding that you're asking for.
No, because when Darth has been provided with the universe, he does. Yeah. Okay. All right. Amy, can I change the subject real quick? Do you still work with modern day debate?
Sometimes.
because I prefer you as a host to Ryan.
Oh, thank you.
Because I like your sense of humor more, and Ryan doesn't really do anything.
Sometimes I try to fight not to smile on debates because people take that as a
No
win.
kidding.
If you do.
Oh, and can you I know I don't want you to talk out of school and whatever. Why does the model seem to be flat Earth debate after flat Earth debate and like edgelord fake expert, versus either fake expert or real expert?
And I'm gonna say it because I still love you. It's just it's a content creator thing. And this is just my opinion. James has never said this. But if you just look at a flat Earth debate, it's not that he's trying to draw out flat earthers. It's that the people who, think that they're so silly, well, they're going to come out and they're going to put in some super chats and try and prove them wrong. And half the fun is trying to do so. That is my quick armchair opinion, because I don't want to say, anything.
Well, they had Jim Bob against a scientist. And we expect that to be Jim Bob, who is an Orthodox Christian precept flat earther.
Sure, but my question is, and I didn't see the debate specifically, but did you look at the views, and were there a lot of views? And if there were, and a lot of super chats, then unfortunately,
well, there were. But I think that if instead of talking about calling it modern day debate, you could call it modern day dumpster fire. Or modern day,
I've said to love to you, but you could have a modern day debate with James about that. But I love modern day debate,
I love it in the way that I love professional wrestling. I mean, I don't watch professional wrestling, but you get it. You get the
But can I just want to, and I can't help myself because I want to go just one more example back to it, because I
just wanted to get that out while I had the chance.
No, and I appreciate what you said. Thank you for the compliment. But I ask the theists who generally deal with this type of presuppositional argument. I have what I call the McDonald's test. Okay, and the McDonald's test is seemingly simple, but I think it proves everything that I care about intelligibility. Okay, we are in a McDonald's, and we don't know how much a burger is, and we ask ourselves, what can we do to figure out how much the price of a burger is? And we have all the tools that we want at our disposal. What are we gonna do?
You can look at the sign above the cashier at the McDonald's. Or I'm in 2025. We can go to the kiosk where you order, because nobody orders at the cash anymore. Or you can ask somebody.
See, I like all of these options, because in all of these options, what we're doing is we're going
Or for PMARs, you can pray to God about it.
Well, and that's what this is what I mean putting forward, is that in each one of these examples, you are going to go out, collect information, test it, see if there's a reaction, and if your data actually meets your expectations. I thought it was going to be $1. Now it's $1.75 or whatever it is.
That's a cheap burger, man.
I know, exactly. But you know what you mean. You're going to get some sort of answer, and the way you do so is through empirical means.
Did I use induction to figure out that Amy hasn't been to McDonald's in at least 5 years?
Probably.
Or at least ordered a burger from McDonald's?
But what I can say is that I then ask them, I have a follow-up, and I ask, why didn't you said a very pointed word there, prayer. Why didn't you use the Bible? Because they say intelligibility is based on the Bible. And I know
because burgers weren't invented until the 20th century.
You could replace, I could be selling cups of goat's milk 3,000 years ago, okay? And there's no way that There, unless it says, I guess in the Bible, this is how much you should sell a cup of goat's milk. Okay, fine. But are you starting to understand? Is that we don't understand things because of any of this theistic apologetics that we put forward or they put forward. We understand things. We're able to comprehend things because of how our brain works as an organ, how we collect information through our minds, and how we are as a social species. So it's not okay. Yeah, exactly. But I honestly, it feels almost, I don't want to go through too many arguments at you because, again, I feel like you seem to, not to say see the light because that's very religious, but yeah.
Yeah, I acknowledge that just because Christianity has a model for intelligence, like flat earthers have a model for how the earth works.
They do.
And your average like bystander on the street wouldn't be able to explain any of the things that flat earthers actually know about science. Like I'd say the average flat earther knows more about science than an average bystander.
Yes. Can I tell you why? Or no, actually, let me rephrase that. They don't know more about science. What they know is how to sound
talking points about science,
sophisticated about being a flat earther. And I think many people are taken back by a flat earther the first time they meet them because we use them culturally as an insult. Oh, are you really? You're going to act like a flat earther? And so when we first come across them, they are good rhetoricists. They are good, like you said, at knowing their talking points, and they sound very sophisticated, even though what they're saying is bullshit. And so people are taken back, and they often don't know how to answer what are very jargon-filled questions. And if I may even tie it back, very similar to what young Earth creationists do.
Yeah, that's true. So that's why I left Christianity, because like precept seems to be the only like viable argument to Christianity. So if precept is wrong, Christianity is wrong.
Welcome on board.
Or if precept isn't adequate, then Christianity is wrong.
Taco says this to every person, but I feel like I could join him in saying this. Welcome to atheism.
It's welcome to atheism, brother.
That's right, brother. Welcome to atheism. But
welcome back
atheism, brother.
Welcome back to atheism. I think you want.
Gotcha. Because you're a revert.
Well, I've been an atheist for 20 years, and then I fell into precept evangelical Christianity.
Well, and I can't believe you got convinced by precept. Are you sure this all isn't one big troll?
I will say,
do you know Redefine Living? You know Redefine Living? He was convinced by precept.
Yeah, but he's like.
Do you know Notfox?
He's got something. Yeah, but you're naming people who have like shit going on in their heads, man.
Notfox was convinced by precept.
Dude, I like don't want to. I don't want to be that mean, but these are like people with shit going on in their heads, man.
See, but I know what they do. What happens, they have a very specific way they set up their rooms. And so it's not only him, but he has like 4 or 5, underlings that are laughing at all his jokes, are like, when he says that you're an idiot and when you don't know anything, they go, oh, you listen to blah, blah, blah. And so, excuse me, my voice. They create this environment, and this is what narcissists do, is that he will berate you when you ask a question, when you don't know something or say you don't understand, which is blocking off you truly from getting access to more knowledge. If anything, your ability to try and get more knowledge, he is going to say you're stupid for it. And so it creates this mentality that says, maybe I am, maybe it really is me. I mean, look at all. I understand why it happens. And he creates that environment along with his mute button and his underlings. Like I said, when you become a presuppositionalist, the book that the people who create it read is How to Be an Asshole. And they get people to fall in line. And I'm just
Well, I was
glad
an
you're out
asshole
of it.
when I was. I was definitely an asshole. It's part of the argument.
Isn't it? Thank you. See, and I say that not as an insult. I have almost never met a presup where it's just like, oh, just one more question. Just one more question. Okay, that's cool. Oh, sure.
But
You're
Amy,
not gonna even answer anything. It's like I just answered 17
but
questions.
Amy, like this is a religion where in Deuteronomy it says go to the lands of the unbelievers and kill every last one of them.
Oh, sure.
So why are you complaining? And then it also says in the New Testament, Jesus is talking about if you don't accept me as your king, or if you meet somebody who doesn't accept me as their king, bring them before me and slay them. Right?
yeah.
Like,
can I tell you?
These are so like
100%.
if I'm just speaking cruel words to you, I'm not killing you. So I'm actually doing you a favor by trying to convince you of precept instead of just outright killing you the way that was done in,
they
1500
reinterpret it.
Europe.
No, absolutely. It's the fact that I'm calling
It's not misinterpreted. That's what the text says.
The fact that I'm calling you a sinful degenerate is actually my expression of love. No, I agree. That's what they say.
Yeah.
And so
like as much as we're supposed to like say that precepts are assholes, the real assholes are the ones who kill in the name of their religion, but they're only logically following their religion the way it teaches.
Well, and that's the thing. I call them potty trained Christians because their book says take stones and not get us stoned, if you know what I mean. I wish it said get gay stoned, but it actually says stone us. And so by them not unliving us, technically speaking, in their weird, messed up logic, well, I guess in logic, technically speaking, they are being nicer to us because they make those same references to Muslims. They're like, well, they throw you off, they want to throw you off buildings. And I'm like, you're right.
That's true.
I would not want to move to Saudi Arabia, but are you jealous? Because that's what it sounds like, because your book says so. I'm glad that you're not doing that. But it's just like, I don't know. It's some weird twisted logic where they're like, you're right, but could you look in the mirror, maybe? Yeah.
It's not like that's the only thing to compare against.
Yes, exactly. Well, there are liberal Muslims, and there's always going to be examples.
Well, they're not doing it right either because they're supposed to be killing unbelievers. They're supposed to be killing unbelievers too.
The same with the Jews. The same. Oh, of course. The weird dichotomy is that the less you follow your book, the more accurate you're being, and the nicer of a person you probably are. So it's like this: how accurate do you want to be, and how much of an asshole do you want to be?
But yeah, I think being an asshole is part of the precept argument because literally every proponent of precept is a public asshole. Like Saiten Bruggencate, I bet Greg Bonson was a huge asshole. Darth, Joel Sedekase, like
They're
all these people, like Eli Ayala, like they're jerks, smug, arrogant, controlling of the conversation.
Thank you, davegar. Yes, they have this need to either berate people, mute people, remove people. I feel like I'm just now complaining, and yet it's not just Darth. It is, like you said, Brett Bonson is all these people that seem to follow precept that at that point you're like, oh my goodness, I'll just take a young earth creationist that tells me the world is 5,000 years, 6,000 years old.
Darth does, but I can't stand when Darth talks. Like I like listening to Darth on TikTok, but I hate when he gets into evolution because he quotes Dr. Eugene Koonin all the time, and it's like a tape recorder on loop.
Well, and that's not to be honest with you, defending or going after other positions is not their wheelhouse. Whenever you get them off script, they fall apart.
Well, I've never seen Darth Dawkins fall apart. I've seen him beat atheist after atheist after atheist after atheist in debates.
Well, you should watch mine. I'm trying to remember. What was the thing he said to me? Oh, I had a good conversation with him.
Cool. Well,
I've seen
somehow I
Darth
don't
fall
think so.
apart a bunch of times. I've got many videos of him crashing out, and he can't deal with my atheist presuppositionalism.
Again, just because
Ask
he
him
crashes
about-
out doesn't mean
Ask him
that
about the
his
atheist-
argument isn't compelling.
Ask him about my atheist presuppositionalism. I dare you.
Well, I think it's
He will crash
who
out.
he is that ends up being compelling because he's able to bully and manipulate his way into a mindset. But you know, they do these deistic arguments because
So
again,
imagine if we're just having a conversation. So try to convince me that Darth is cool. Go.
Oh, I can't convince you that he's cool.
Yeah, so the point here is, I know you're pretending to think that you can't convince me Darth is cool, but everybody knows Darth isn't cool. And like now I have to leave you muted just so that you can't even make whatever point that you were going to agree with me on. And like that, like, does this seem like I'm defeating you in debate? No, he just mutes people. If they disagree with him on something, they provide their argument, and then if
No,
they
I've seen him
disagree with
debate Lawrence Krauss, and he beat Lawrence Krauss. I've seen him debate Graham Oppie, and he beat Graham Oppie.
you have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay, well, you know, cool. We disagree. Agree to disagree. Okay.
well,
When
Let's-
Darth
let's-
asked Lawrence Krauss, like what is your model? Like what guarantees
Oh, I remember.
that things can be and cannot be? He couldn't answer. He said, "What's not needed?" Like, well, you didn't answer the question.
he told me to
Don't you
fuck
think
us.
Don't you think they would know better than Darth what's actually needed when it comes to reality?
No, because scientists studied their own particular area.
You're talking
So,
about
I don't
a
think so.
Christian theologian with a 1920s theology.
Lawrence Krauss is not a Christian theologian.
I'm talking about the presuppositionalism is like a 1920s theology.
But what I will complain about is that
The
they're
2020s theology too.
but like a necessary being and grounding and all of that isn't physics language. That's my thing, is that when they assert these things, they are still philosophical concepts, and that we
I
haven't been
agree.
able to
So
translate them.
why did Lawrence Krauss have the hubris to think he could defeat Darth Dawkins in a debate about metaphysics?
I'm gonna be honest, I would have to watch it, but Darth Dawkins, his way of defeating people is generally being an asshole, not being able to let people speak, rearranging the conversation, having people.
Yeah, it's a good thing. It's a good thing that debate was with Canadian Catholics platform, so Darth Dawkins didn't have control.
Okay, well, then I would have to see the argument because my guess is he didn't, and that is your opinion.
Okay, well, again, we can agree to disagree, or we could even disagree to agree to disagree.
I would just rather we all agree presuppositionalism's bad. Let's just leave it on a good note.
No, I think presuppositionalism is strong in that it recognizes the need to ground facts, but it fails to prove that Christianity provides that grounding. There we go. Like I can. That's where I am right now.
And I'm okay with that as long as we say that there is no physical reason for there to be a grounding, and that's
No, I can't
philosophical and
agree to that.
theological language.
I can't agree to that. So we can agree to disagree, or we can even disagree. To
What's
agree to
your
disagree.
reason for needing something like that?
Because otherwise, well, we've already been down this road. So do we want to go again?
Me, so yes, go down it with me.
Because
I
we
think
don't have
all those
anything that-
contingency arguments, necessary arguments, I think they're all bullshit. I think they're all
Because
just
if we don't have a way to ground statements, then anything that we say that has a claim of truth to it is just an arbitrary declaration. So then it's just your arbitrary declaration against my arbitrary declaration.
So what do you mean ground statements? You do have this weird at the weird statements when you don't want to answer something. Okay, but that's okay.
I don't.
He got that tick from Darth.
Oh
yeah, I have this verbal tick. You're calling attention to my disability.
That's a disability?
It depends how you look at it. Okay.
I'm not sure, but we'll keep on moving.
Have you ever listened to a Darth Dawkins debate? He does this little like evolution has no basis in science. Okay.
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 Yeah.
Yeah.
Do
So
you
it's
have
just
any
your
reason
arbitrary
for
declaration against my
needing your
arbitrary
grounding?
declaration. So you need to have a mind, as Darth says, a mind that that provides truth value of claims. Otherwise, otherwise the claim doesn't have any truth value. It just has it can momentarily have a truth value, and then revert to false and
Can I
revert to
pause you
both.
for a second? We know that there were no minds for billions of years, and so when
We don't know
talking
that.
about,
We don't know that.
Okay, but we
You
object.
don't know that. No, you don't. You actually don't know that.
Okay, what kind of minds were there?
God could have existed,
Okay, that's
or
the thing
some
you're
other
trying to
minds not
prove.
on Earth, or some other minds not on Earth could have existed. Okay.
Not before we have the complex elements. And so you would need something that is non-carbon life. You have not proven that any non-carbon life can exist. Carbon takes billions of years to form. Sorry, objectively, no life that we know of formed for billions of years. No minds. No reason to think so.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Okay.
Arbitrary declaration. You have no grounding for that.
Except biology and physics.
Okay.
Which have no grounding. Just arbitrary declarations.
What do you mean no grounding? Okay, I'm sorry. Carbon is a complex. is complex.
Taco, are you going to take that on?
It is able to have life forms. There may be things like silicone life, but hydrogen, as far as we know, hydrogen is not able to do so. And so the only brains that you would be talking about are the things that you're trying to prove, which I do not think has any good reason to exist. I don't see any reason for grounding any of these notions.
You forgot to use the okay, Amy.
Oh,
you should have used okay.
Yeah,
after
you forgot
that.
Okay. I mean, I'm neurodivergent. I feel I can't even tell anymore whether it's trolling or not. But
I'm neurodivergent, and Darth Dawkins is definitely neurodivergent.
He may be. That doesn't give him an excuse for being an asshole, but that he may be.
Oh, okay. I thought that's how we were defining neurodivergent.
As asshole? As someone who's
I'm just
daytime?
kidding,
Yeah,
I'm just
okay,
kidding.
I'm sorry. Okay. Gotcha. I guess I jumped the gun there. Sending so much love. Yes.
Your catchphrase of sending love during the modern day debates that are crazy, like did the moon landing happen, or is Biden a lizard person, or whatever
I
topic
think
they
that
have.
grounds me again. Because I find my quote unquote zen again. Because sometimes there are people that are truly giving you hate and you can feel it. And then other times people are like, listen, chill. It was just a joke.
Yeah, fair enough.
But yeah, it looks like we have one more person down below, and I probably only have a little bit more time left. Is there anything else you would like to say, McGruber? You didn't get out.
No, thank you.
All right,
But once again, welcome to Atheism, brother. It's good to have you.
Yes, indeed. Welcome, brother.
Looks like it's Grace.
And then Taco, she'll probably be my last one.
Cool. That looks like that's Grace Thorpe.
Are they atheist?
They're Christian.
Christians, yes.
I'll invite up Optics Monster, I guess. What's up, Optics Monster?
Oh. Hold on, let me just turn my speaker.
Oh, hang on. Is that Ben?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. It's a technical issue. I had to go in under my daughter's.
Oh, no worries. What's up, Ben?
Yeah. I was just listening to this thing about presuppositionalism, and I'm just curious whether the folks here who are talking are aware that there's an alternative to presupposition. I mean, just the equation of presuppositionalism.
Do you want me to pull
with
McGruber back
Christianity.
up here?
Well, I'm not sure who was making the case. I think
that was McGruber.
Yeah, whatever you feel comfortable with. I
can pull him back up.
Is the alternative not being an asshole?
The alternative is called natural theology, and it is like the mainstream position that Christians used to hold until presuppositional arose in the early 20th century.
I will say, I don't know who to choose sometimes, because at least the young Earth creationists are telling us what they actually believe.
So that if you don't say that, you're lying?
If I don't say what?
If a Christian is not a young Earth creationist, that Christian is lying? Is that what you're saying?
I think it is intellectually
No.
dishonest because
You
the Bible
have to
does
choose.
state that our life was created in 6 days. So, like, an evolution believing Christian isn't believing the Bible.
And no, I just meant sometimes
Okay,
you gotta
so-
choose.
so-
Do you want a pre-sup or do you want a young Earth creationist? It's a hard choice sometimes. Sending love, going out there.
Okay, so
all precepts are young Earth
so-
creationists, Amy.
Okay, so you're saying that if I was like to be able to prove that like early Christian theologians like St. Augustine, prior to the discovery of like scientific dating, were very open to the idea of the 6 days being interpreted as 6 ages, would that?
Well, if that's
I
true,
get you're saying it's a
if there are these 6 ages, why do they use the same word for them in each after each age? You know, like it just doesn't work. You know, with any kind of even cursory examination. Number one, and number two, just because like these men, let me answer. These theologians are not God. They don't necessarily have a perfect interpretation. Okay, and
Theologians are not
Protestants
God. That's
don't
brilliant,
lionize
yes.
Augustine the way that Catholics do. Okay,
Right, I agree. I'm not a Protestant. If you want to talk to Protestants, go talk to
I know you're
Protestants.
Catholic.
Yeah, so what's the point? Not all
But
Christians
Protestants don't consider
not
Catholics
all
to be
Christians are
Christians.
sophisticated. Wowee, yeah, that's true. Not a lot of them are. Yes,
Yeah,
some of
and
them read
Protestants
the
don't
Bible
consider
literally in a
Catholics
way
to be Christians.
which that's generally not true, but there are
Well,
some.
evangelical Protestants don't consider Catholics to be Christians.
That's generally not true, but like you
Yes,
can
it
just
is.
assert it. That's fine.
You know.
Okay, that's fine. Right. You know everything. Just make blanket
Yeah.
statements.
At least
that
I don't
aren't
fuck
true.
my own daughter. So, you know.
I don't fuck my daughter. I fuck your mother up the ass, and your dad licks it up. Can we move on? Is this what you do with your life? I just want to talk about natural theology.
Do you want me to remove him?
No, it's fine. It's just like that.
Yeah, you can remove him, Taco. You can remove him.
It's super
Okay.
easy to do that.
I will say, if you guys don't have much
What
more
does that
of a
have to do with
conversation-
natural theology? What does that have to do with natural theology? I don't get it.
All right. Well, I'll move him back down, I guess. Do you have any questions for Ben, Amy?
Well, are you a theist? You were talking against presuppositionalism, if I could speak correctly.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to get caught up on this one, but I think there's a false dichotomy between theism and atheism, because if you define theism, as most atheists do, as like believing that there is
Sorry,
a being
guys.
among beings that we call God, then I would be an atheist, because I believe that in common with the entire Catholic tradition and most of Protestantism, that God is not a being among beings, but is in fact the ground of being, which is not presuppositionalism. It's just...
Well, I mean, I would be open for talking about things like grounding, existence, and being. I at least don't hear you
Yeah.
trying to be condescending in your voice, which I already know from that you're not a presuppositionalist. Are you a young Earth creationist?
Yeah. I as a Catholic, I don't like. There's no skin. As a Catholic, there's no skin in the game on things like that. Like we the church does not require us. Like I would say, like wherever the science leads.
See, yeah, I would actually argue.
It's fine.
And this is me trying to kind of, I don't think bribe is the right way, but kind of push you in one direction. As a Catholic, why not believe that the world is 4.5 and 13? You guys wouldn't say you just, created it, but you had a hand in helping the scientific world, right?
Yeah, what you consider the scientific world entirely emerged from Catholic institutions.
Okay, I'm not going to go that far, but I am
Europe.
trying to bait you into basically getting, why not? If they had a hand in it, then come on board, Team Old Earth.
Well, you can make a strong argument that Christianity set the preconditions for the scientific revolution, and in fact, Christianity is unlike polytheism, which came before it, is rational, and I believe that's true. So I don't.
I disagree with you, but I appreciate that.
Right. But I mean, one could make an argument. For example,
make an argument.
When you move from polytheism to monotheistic Catholicism, you don't any longer say, well, the river is a god. You say the river is a river. It's got water in it. The water comes from the clouds. It's not a problem for Catholics to say that. Polytheists might have said, we worship the river. Don't offend the river. That kind of stuff. So there's a secular movement within Christianity to say, like, no, there's only one God, and he allows nature to have its own course, right?
I view that more of the historical trajectory, as in the Jews pick their specific God. Then once you have a God among many gods, it becomes a little bit more, you build on that concept, and then eventually you have this omnipotent God, which you guys view today. There are many concepts that I'll tell you why I am hesitant to really agree on looking down on paganism. That's because many of the things that I think you guys, and when I mean you, I mean the Abrahamic faith. I don't want to be, too big or too small of a brush here. I do not like sacrificial logic. All right, I'm going to go to the heart of the conversation, our disagreement.
No, I like that. Yeah, sure.
And
sure. Yeah.
I don't like sacrificial logic, whether it's killing an animal. I don't like it whether that animal happens to be a human. I think in Christianity, their cell is actually, isn't it more humane? Aren't we moving in the right direction with killing a human? He sacrificed himself. They try and make the plea he wanted to do it. He volunteered himself. And yet none of those arguments, in my opinion, do anything to make the actual guy doing the deal making, which is God, any less evil. Does that make sense?
Okay, well, there's two things here. I think you can find throughout religious practice the idea of making an offering or a sacrifice, and usually it's made through a priest or someone who's seen as special. I'm not saying this is unique to Abrahamic faiths. You find it in almost all sort of like, as far back as the dawn of time, you find altars and things like animals that are sacrificed, right? In Eastern religions, you find it. If you go to Chinatown, you'll see a little Buddha or whatever, and they offer the Buddha food, right? They'll put some food in front of the, right? So you're saying in the modern world, we have a difficult time, or maybe you're saying I hate it, but I would say we do genuinely have a difficult time understanding the mentality. It's a little foreign to us, right?
Not only that, but can I
agree.
I not only do I agree, I would even grant that it's moral when it's metaphorical and not literal. And so I don't want to make it so literal or so, let me phrase this correctly. When you sacrifice yourself in a burning building to save a child, I think that's moral. I think you're doing a righteous thing. But I don't anthropomorphize the fire. It's the fire that is really making them do the choice that is really the judge, jury, and executioner, unfortunately, in that situation. With God, he has all of the power. He could do whatever he wants, and this is the system. He is demanding a blood price. And even though Jesus is the nicest, sweetest guy, I will grant you he existed, because I do think Jesus existed. I will grant you even said some
the evidence is strong.
And yet, all of that aside, I would never allow him. If it was up to me, it's not up to me. But if it were up to me, I would never let that merger go through.
What merger?
The trading, killing God, Jesus. Doesn't matter if he was a god. I wouldn't have traded killing just a regular guy. I wouldn't have traded that for all of the sins in the world, for the allowing us to atone for what I view as an unfair situation to begin with, Adam and Eve. Nonetheless, I think that God, as an almighty, merciful being, should be able to
I agree.
Forgive us. No,
okay.
necessary.
So a couple of things from a Catholic perspective. I think you may have a little bit off. God didn't need to forgive us by becoming incarnate, the second person of the Trinity, and dying on the cross. That wasn't a necessity. He chose to do that because we could comprehend his forgiveness better that way. But it wasn't strictly speaking. The word necessity it's a technical term in philosophy and theology. I'm not trying to condescend to you, but I'm just saying it would be wrong to say that God needed to create at all, nor that anything God does is done out of necessity. But there are things that God can't do, because this is sometimes hard for people to understand. God can't do evil because of his nature, not because he's less than all powerful. But we get into the classic stupid, I think you would recognize stupid Reddit thing of saying, like, could God create a stone bigger than he could lift, right? Or could God create a square circle?
Well, I even though I agree with those arguments, I don't normally put them forward because I think the more powerful arguments towards theists tend to actually be moral arguments, tend to be like, I would rather talk about Moses and Noah, which again I view, if they are just passed down generation through generation, you could convince me there are morals that were there were lessons to be learned there. When they're literal, they become horror stories. To me, in my
I would agree to some degree with what you're saying. Like the story of Abraham sacrificing Isaac is, I believe, somewhere between history and a myth. And the word myth doesn't mean something that's false. It means something which is a story which is intended to teach rather than like in a historical account.
But can I pause
more like
you?
a legend or something.
If
like
that is what I
sure.
wish, and I know this is like the big if, this is basically the big rub, but that's what I hope religion becomes one day. I'm okay with going, these are historical documents. This is what people used to believe. Not only that, maybe there's a lesson to be learned here or there. My problem is when it becomes literal, it becomes, well, no, he did drown every baby on earth, or almost every baby on earth.
Well, you'd have to differentiate in a Catholic interpretation, or like, I think, I don't know if most Christians believe this, but we would say that the historicity of Jesus Christ is tremendously important, because that's, if you just say like it's a myth, okay, like Paul himself says, like, if it's a myth, fuck it, right? So like Jesus had to have died on the cross and resurrected, but that's different than saying there was literally a snake in the garden who talked. You know what I mean? Like, that's, you have to understand, like, the Bible wasn't like written at one point in time. There were different genres, and like, I'm sorry, but like we're supposedly sophisticated. We have to act sophisticated.
I agree with you, but I don't think it is that clear cut. I think that most of the Old Testament leads more towards myth. I would say that there are some things most likely true about Jesus. You know, I'm sure he was born in Bethlehem, but My problem
Yeah.
is, I mean, going back to it's good. The resurrection is going to be a harder sell, of course, to the two atheists.
I understand that. Yeah, like miracles. What I'm saying is, like, if you want to, like, if you can say something like Job in the Old Testament. Familiar with this, the book of Job?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What about it?
Are you familiar with the book of Job?
Yeah, what about it?
I'm not trying to. Oh, okay. So the book of Job, to say like, well, it's really important that this guy Job existed at a certain point in time. Obviously, Job seems to be a metaphor for, this whole book is like a meditation on why do bad things happen to good people, right? It obviously seems like a kind of story which is intended to tell, to give like this idea that a faithful man, no matter what is taken from him, is that's the right way to go, and that God doesn't always necessarily theologically, when I studied theology, you said this is a transition from the earlier part of the Old Testament where it seems like if you're a good guy, you get lots of goats and kids and everything hunky-dory, more towards a more sophisticated understanding that like life doesn't always work that way, that sometimes the good are punished and the bad are rewarded. And so that leads us, we would say, in a divine pedagogy towards understanding the New Testament, in which the greatest man of all time is crucified, right? So that we have a kind of sophisticated understanding of how that works. But yeah, sure.
Well, because I wanted to see your take on Job, because I think atheists view that story very differently. I see it almost as God having a gamble with Lucifer, and in essence,
yeah, I mean, it's technically
Satan.
It's technically Satan.
Can we break this guy? And Satan,
right.
Lucifer, Morning Star, whatever you want to call him, says that I can show you that he will be unfaithful to you, and God's saying no, no, no. And I have to say,
right,
it's not a fun gamble for Job.
Right. So if you understand it from a literal perspective, that God is having a conversation with Satan, and the word Satan and Lucifer like appear in different, like they're nuanced. So I believe that Satan is being portrayed as like a lawyer, right? Who's kind of like, in a sense, the devil's advocate, playing devil's advocate to God. Okay, and if you're saying like, yes, okay, so God is bored and he has this like, the devil like emerges and is like, hey, Mac, I tell you what, I'll bet you 1,000. I mean, like, it gets ridiculous. Okay. So it's a bit like, I think we have to be more sophisticated. We could say this is genre in which it's not really about whether there was this guy Job who these bad things happened to, but it's sort of a meditation on whether if you're faithful to God, you get the goodies of the world, which in that day was like goats and kids and wealth and a happy family and all the rest. That's fairly obvious, is what I'm saying.
Okay, but can I ask you, how do you know what is literal and what we need to interpret?
Okay, so that's a good question, and it's somewhat difficult for us in the modern world to do that. But like, I'm not trying to flex, but like, I have a master's degree in theology. I did not specialize in biblical theology, but most people who look at the Bible will recognize that there are genres, right? For example, that the Psalms are poems, which maybe are like songs. These are lyrics. They're not, right? Anyone would recognize that the Psalms are not history. They're sort of little poems that were collected. Right? It's not that hard to figure that one out, is it?
I agree.
And something like the Song of Solomon or the Song of Songs is clearly a kind of lyrical love poem. It has like it's famous for having like eroticism in it, which a lot of like puritanical Christians are like, oh my heavens, it speaks of her breasts. Okay, yeah, okay, and why did it get in the Bible? Because in some ways, it's an analogy to the soul and God is like a lover and her beloved.
But can I make it harder for you? Adam
Sure.
and Eve, literal, not?
Yeah, so with Adam and Eve, there is something which is very important for Catholics, which is that there was an historical event in which mankind, humankind, whatever you want to say, lost something which it did not like, which it previously had. So there was a brokenness, right? And that this sets the stage for why there needs to be a propitiatory sacrifice, that there is an original, right, connectedness, harmony, right? And this, if you study other ancient Near East texts and other like kind of creation stories, what you'll find that's remarkable about the Genesis story is that it does not say that creation occurred as the result of conflict. So in most creation stories, it's something like the gods are at war and blood drops down, and from the blood man is created. So he's created from conflict. Here you have a very unusual story among other similar stories, which is that, and this is what makes monotheism vastly different, at least Abrahamic monotheism, is that there's an original unity, and that underlying like conflict is unity. So is it important that you believe that this guy's name was literally Adam, and that right? But like, I do think most secular people would say that story does hold up in the sense that whether you think we evolved or whatever, like there had to be a kind of original man.
Well,
mankind doesn't go all the way back
and
eternally through history.
You preempted me right there at the end, which is I do not believe there was a literal Adam and Eve. I do believe there was things like a mitochondrial Eve and other things that they do have biblical names only because of the people who picked them and the concepts, but they are not actually Adam and Eve.
Yeah.
They met, they didn't meet. They are thousands of years apart. And so it is harder to, I hate to say pin you down, but because you are a evolutionary believing, I'm going to keep on pushing you to be an old earth creationist, it is harder because
depends what you mean by that.
Well, and there's an irony because technically speaking, our universe is not that old. So 4.5 billion, 13.8 billion is not actually that old, but it's just old compared to the people that go, no, it says 6 days. It literally was 6 days, and we've been here for 6,000 years. I think they probably
It doesn't
make
seem
your
like the
job
evidence
a lot
backs that up.
harder.
I agree.
Yes. So I
don't know how you would suggest that $13.8 billion is not that old, years is not that old. It's like compared to what? It's finite, right? Which is
we're gonna go on for probably trillions Google ton years until the heat death. It'll billions of years
I don't know.
is actually gonna not seem that long. But I mean, our planet is only gonna last another 4.5. No, we're about halfway through. So our planet has another 4 billion years. So we still got a little bit of time till the sun.
Maybe. I've noticed that a lot of people say like I can predict the future, and I watch the weather forecast. They tell me about like, the climate's going to do this and that. But I've noticed that they get it right about 3 days into advance, and then it just basically might as well roll the dice.
I agree with you, but the weather is a very specific type of thing that people are trying to predict. And I would say with stellar planets, we know how long, suns tend to last, how long our sun...
Maybe.
Well, sure, but I'm just generally
I don't have a
speaking.
problem with saying like whatever seems to be accurate, whatever. There's no, as a Catholic, as a Christian, I have no skin in that game. It's not.
Which is funny because half the people that we talk to, that is their skin in the game, and so it is this weird thing where you are trying to at least make some sort of sense between science and religion. To them, their religion is their science, and so that makes things I'm not sure how it's.
Yeah, and
it's
I
just
understand
different.
their impetus to do that. I understand their impetus to do that.
See you,
But I do think
davegar.
it's
We're
a
wrapping up
false
soon, too.
dichotomy. Like Christians used to believe, or I don't know, Catholics still believe that God writes, like he writes sometimes through revelation in a book, and then he also writes through nature. And these are both obviously ways we can come to know God, and they couldn't possibly be contradictory. And where there are contradictions, we use or apparent contradictions, we use our brains, which God gave us, to reconcile, those things.
Can I
And sometimes
ask
it
you?
could seem like cope, but other times it's just being sophisticated. And some people just refuse to be sophisticated on both sides.
Sure. And I will say I prefer atheists who are skeptics, not just, have no really good reason behind it, because I think our atheism flows from our skepticism. But can I ask you, is there anything that would change your mind? It would make you say, nah, you know what? Maybe there isn't a God.
Absolutely. So I think that's like a false question, because if you define God as the ground of being, then of course, by necessity, you're going to have a ground of being. But if you want to say as a Catholic, the amazing thing about Catholicism is, I think you're probably aware of this, that like for 2,000 years, the church has made like what the church claims are inerrant statements, which in other words, they can't go back on. You can't wiggle out. So if like the bones of Jesus were found, okay, the whole Christian faith is garbage. The bones of Mary were found, Catholicism is disproven. If any of the statements which any of the councils or the popes have made throughout time inerrantly were found to be incorrect, then you have a major problem. Yeah. So there's all sorts of ways in which Catholicism can be disproven. In fact, it's one of the most risky of all religions, because name any other institution that's has this kind of level of authority for 2,000 years has always been able to like claim to be right when there were a lot of controversies in which it could have been wrong.
I do appreciate you at least giving us something, because a lot of people say nothing at all. I think that's going to be a hard bar, because I think there are numerous reasons why we're not going to find Jesus's bones naturalistically. They differ from your reasons. I know that you believe that he ascended. I believe that Jesus was not treated well after he died and was probably thrown into something like a mass grave, and thus making it much harder for us.
I get it. Archaeologically, it would have been found by now. You're right. I agree. But like, take something like the church's stance on homosexual activity, right? It's well known. It has never actually been defined, but like it would be an infallible teaching. So if humankind comes to definitively sort of say like homosexuality is fantastic and is not disordered, the church is porked, right? People will just leave the Catholic Church in droves. Right now, it seems like the world is leaning towards saying that. And or how about this one, artificial birth control, right? Like the church has said, like not on the very highest level, but on a very high level, artificial birth control is wrong. Okay, so like if the church is wrong about that, it's not so much that you can prove it scientifically, but if people just come to understand and to come to embrace, let's say, homosexuality, transgender ideology, and contraception, the church is going to get left behind because of that authority. You can't like.
Well, can I tell you the great? I don't know if it's an irony, but the double-edged sword that you have going there is that you may be right that some people are going to leave because it isn't a mission that they are reforming or changing or updating, and yet there's going to be some people that will leave if they see themselves as being hostile to, their LGBTQ brothers and sisters. And so, I would actually argue the last pope and this pope are reformers. I believe that they are more liberal than their predecessors.
Like what they've done is they've said like we want to like welcome LGBTQ people personally, but they've also said we're absolutely not in any way, shape, or form going to say like that this activity is like properly ordered.
Now listen,
so
I'm not someone who wants to defend Catholicism. I am on the other team. But what I will say is now it starts to seem like you're parsing hairs for even it almost seems like, and I don't believe in a slippery slope, but nonetheless, doesn't that seem like we've went from they could never change it? Well, you know, they're accepting them, but we don't accept the sin, but we accept the person. That tends to be, you know, the logic of today. I guess my argument would be, I think that
that's always the logic of the church, of course.
Sure. Well, and again, it has to.
Well, if you think of the Apostle Paul actively persecuted Christianity and led to the death of many Christians, and yet he was welcomed when he, you know, had his Damascus moment and Jesus appeared to him. He was welcomed as a leader. So yes, like individuals, of course, can be very, very wrong and then get it right. And the church, of course, like there can be subtleties in how you deal with, like say with Muslims, you could say there was some hostility. Obviously, during the Crusades, there was a lot of hostility towards Muslims. Now Muslims are welcomed in the Vatican. And you can say, well, that's a contradiction. It's not really a contradiction. It's just like, you know, we hold the same thing to be true.
No, it's Reformation.
Of Muslims as we did then, that they're in error. But like times change and people,
it's
you know what I mean?
Weird
like
thing in that I will have to say, I have two sides of me fighting right now. Is that there is the one side, which the atheist side, in which I would say there are reasons why I want to convince you not to be a Christian and not to be a theist. The liberal in me wants to accept that you are at least the saner version of the theist, no offense, than we are normally come across with the young earth creation and borderline flat eartherism. And so it is on
right,
one
but
hand,
that's like an internet Christian. Most Christians are more similar to me than the kind of Reddit Christian.
Sure,
and
so,
more atheists are more similar to you than the Reddit atheist who's just screaming and yelling.
But this is what I mean. I have to have two.
There's more common ground than we might think.
Head is that on one hand, I want to. I want you to stop being a theist and stop being a Christian. At the end of the day, I would defend.
I don't identify as a theist.
Well, okay, but what I'm trying to say is, but I would still defend your right to be a Christian. I would even go out of my way if people are trying to impose their will on you to stop being a Christian. It's like the only way I truly do want to convince you is debate and discussion.
Right, but I mean, you have no power. You're here on Breakfast. No offense, Breakfast Tacos channel. Like,
well, I know.
Thinking
we sometimes get
like legal regimen against me.
Well, we run the panel together, and we have for several years.
Yeah, but
I see what you're saying. You could ban me. Yeah, you could ban me. I guess that's true. I'm just saying, like, you're not in charge.
Anybody's wanting to ban you. I think Amy's just wanting to chat with you.
Yeah, well, we also sometimes get.
Yeah, I don't feel offended. I just was like, yeah, okay.
We don't want to push.
You know who does want to ban me? I want you guys to just be aware. This little side thing. If you notice, I think you guys interact with modern day debate quite a bit.
Sure.
Modern day debate is being taken over by Andrew Wilson and the Crucible people. And I think that platform is going to be like no longer open to people who might be hostile to the what those people are up to. It's like a cult takeover. Watch it. Watch and see if you agree with me.
Well, I see. I'm trying so hard. That's the second time I'm trying not to comment on modern day debate. I love you, James. Still sending love out to the universe.
James is a great guy. Yeah, in many ways. I just think like I'm not sure. I don't think James kind of like I don't think there's any like backroom deal. I'm not trying to be a conspiracy theorist. I just think the upcoming debate con. You know how much the tickets are being sold for?
How much?
$240.
That
per
Sending
ticket
love.
to go. Do you know who's going to buy those tickets? These Crucible cultists. And it's going to be very hard to not give them, sort of first, like, that's why I, for example, will never be allowed to debate Andrew Wilson, even though I'm a superior debater. But whatever, I'm just saying, that's my little theory, that when there's a lot of money on the table, whether or not you admit it, like, you do give priority to the money at times, right? This is a temptation. I'm sure Breakfast Tacos would say, like, sure, yeah, if I got $1 million, I would obviously let some idiot have a bloodbath.
Would you do comedy in Saudi Arabia? I'm sorry, I'm being topical. I will say, because I have to go in a few minutes, is there any other... I've tried to be really civil, because compared to some of our other...
I appreciate that.
Again, we could talk with some people.
Let me ask you. So you say you're offended at the idea of God becoming a man and freely choosing to show us his love by dying on the cross. I don't understand.
Let me tell you,
I'm trying to say, like,
Oh,
how can you be offended? You could say that I don't get it.
Man.
But how,
absolutely.
What would be offensive about that?
Let me first of all, I get I appreciate the joke, and it's not. I'm not offended. I just don't think that it's true. But you're absolutely right. I mean, in my opinion,
okay.
I ask the gender thing all the time. The people who go after me for gender, I'm like, well, is your God a father? And they're like, well, it's written as he in the book. I'm like, oh, is that all you need to do? You just need to write he? And so, and there's a bunch of different apologetics for why he is a he. But I just feel like if it's anything other than chromosomes, then we have to agree that gender is a different thing. But...
yeah, I agree with that. I think you have to be sophisticated about that, but I agree that I think the term gender can be helpful. Like, I would say there are a lot of males who are not real men, and I would say there are a lot of females who are not real women. Some of them identify as transgender. A lot of them are fake masculine and secretly gay, I think. So I agree that there's a difference between the two, but I do think there is a correlation.
That is why we say
male.
But that's why we don't say go be a male. We say go be a man, because what we mean culturally is not even the idea of really being masculine or feminine. Really, what that phrase is getting at is be an adult. Stop being a baby. Pull your pants up and go be a man, a woman. Do you know what I mean? And so,
but it does mean within the norms of your sex or gender. It does mean, like, you wouldn't tell a woman to be a man, or a female to be a man.
But
but I would tell a transgender woman, if she wants to be called a woman, that she should act like a woman and not like a man.
But what I'm saying is, but the heart of that statement, even though it is a gendered statement, and yes, you would say be a man for a man and be a woman for a woman, you would say if someone was, they had to do their tax returns and they're like, I just don't want to do them. You would say be a woman, be a man, because the underlying phrase
to some
is
degree,
more being an adult than it is the actual, the gender.
Yeah, I agree. So you like the Yiddish term mensch, be a mensch.
Yes, be a mensch. My parents.
It's like be a real person. Be a real person. So that's not, I think,
agree.
Gendered, or maybe it is. Maybe it is a male thing.
It's gendered, but only inconsequentially. I think would be the way I'd phrase it. As in, like I said, even though it is a gender term, and you're right, you would be rude if you said to a woman, be a man, or a man, be a woman. Still, like you said,
except I would say a transgender. If you want to be called a woman, then be a good bitch. You know what I mean? Like, act like a good hoe.
See, there we go, and we can come to an agreement at the end. I will say, unless you want to dig further, Taco, I probably gotta go. So if you wanted to, I forget you did say your name at the beginning. If you wanted to give a closing statement or a final word.
My name is Ben Thorpe.
Thank you, Ben.
Becca knows about me. I am appearing under the PFP of a woman, so I am sort of transgendered here. But
I said I didn't
many
want to
people
call you
believe that my
Gracie.
daughter is actually. Many people believe that my daughter only does what I tell her to do, and everything she says comes directly from me, and that she is a puppet of me. So, in a sense, it works, but I do identify as myself, not her.
That's good to know.
But I thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for the conversations, and keep on coming on.
All right.
Have a good one, Ben. Thanks for dropping by.
Thank you, Ben.
That's pretty much all the time I've got for today. I've got a bunch of stuff to do today. You got any final words? What did you think about the conversations today?
We had some good conversations. If I could, I guess I'll try to, let's see if I can summarize. I'm always interested in talking about prophets and omnipotence. We talked about the multiverse, and we had some fun. We had definitely an interesting trip on a bus near a fire truck with a girl with pneumonia who spoke to God. We had the Mr. Batman himself on for a record like 30 seconds before he self-triggered.
That crash out was pretty funny.
Yeah, yes, it was. And then just lots of other good conversations. So thank you for everyone for coming on. I want to send love out to Taco's chat out there. Love out to my chat. Don't forget to like and follow and subscribe over there. And I'm looking forward to the next one, Taco.
Yeah, me too. Everybody, thank you for watching. Amy, thank you for participating. It's always great hearing from you. I had spoke with Ben a few times, so I figured I would give you the chance to talk with Ben. But
yeah, good conversation.
Yeah, I will be back online probably tomorrow evening. I probably won't have a show this evening. So if Amy, if you're not doing are you doing a show this evening?
I am not, but
No? Okay.
I'm going to be stolen away by my partner. But I want to.
Gotcha.
I know I say this every stream. I saw you talking about debates. I saw you doing more streams. I know that my schedule's been busy, but I crave it, Taco. Keep on asking me to do stuff. I will eventually do stuff.
Yeah, we'll get you in a mega bloodbath, and it'll be fun. But Missing Mod says, Tacos, please tell Amy she was very nice as always. I'm impressed.
Oh, thank you. Sending so much love, Mr. Mod.
All right, everybody, you all have a wonderful day. I will see you all tomorrow. Amy, thank you for joining. Everybody in the audience, thanks for dropping by. I am turning off the stream now, though. Take it easy, everyone.
Bye,
See you soon.
everyone.
All right, I ended it.
All right, and I'm still recording, so that means I'm going to drop off here, Taco,
So don't
and
drop
say
any slurs.
goodnight. Just drop lots of love, and yeah, I'm looking forward to more stuff. Let's do a mega bloodbath.
Yeah, it'll be a ton of fun. I'll get someone lined up. I'm not sure who yet, but I'll get someone lined up. All right, have a great one.
Bye,
Take it easy. That was fun.
Taco. Yes, it was. Okay, let me stop sharing. Let me let a cat out because she's crying. That's what they do. Eat their food and then they run. I love cats though. Cats, dogs, they're all adorable. Anything from Carnivora, best branch out there. Anyway, sending so much love. This was the Theist Helpline, the show where we ask theists what they believe in and why. We definitely had some ups and downs. It was the good, bad, and the ugly, but I always love doing this with Taco. He's a lot of fun. Send love to my co-host, James W., sending love to all the people in chat, all the people who gave in super chats. In fact, sending love, double love to Davegar, who sent in lots of love. We are sending it right back to you, to all of our Patreons, all of our channel members, and of course, viewers like you who make this stream even possible. La da 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 da. You can head over to the Skeptic and Ranting Discord server. We also have many ways that we love you, and I'll tell you, I am just looking forward to figuring out how to just do more streams. They may be without my face, so I could just come down right after work and just log on and debate with people, but I am craving it. The world has been a little bit crazy, and I need that outlet. It is cathartic. But all right, y'all, let me see. Is there anyone live right now? It's Sunday, not to date this episode. Oh, The Line with Matt Dillahunty and Promise is on. I'm going to send you over to them. Not that they need love, but I'm going to send them love anyway. There you go. All right, everyone. This has been the Theist Helpline, the show where we ask theists what they believe in and why. I do want to send love out to Taco, James W., everyone in the Skeptic Ranty community. I am Amy Newman, and we will see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night, everyone. Mwah. Do 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 do.